Thank you, Surendra ji. Pendra, आप here? Are you there?
Ma'am, Sulayla ma'am has joined.
Yes. पेंद्र सर को बोलो आरसी सिन्हा सर से बात कर लेंगे कि वो पैनल डिस्कशन में रहने के लिए. और रिद्धि और किसको करना है? Anyone left? Where is Isika? I can't see her.
Ma'am, Ishika joined. मैम
ऋषिका को तो मैंने बना दिया ना, ऋषिका मिश्रा।
Yes, ma'am. She is the
ओके
co-host.
ओके, ऋषिका हो गई ना, और कौन रह गया? अभी अभी ऐश्वर्या टेल मी, स्पीकर का अभी प्रोफेसर रजनीश मिश्रा के पहले है उनका। हाँ, स्पीकर कौन है?
Ma'am, first speaker is dietitian Priya Mittal.
ओके, सेकंड और
Second
थर्ड?
is Professor Balram Singh. And third is
Okay.
Professor Rajneesh Mishra.
Let me call Professor. Can you join in time?
जयंती,
Yes,
वो वैलिडिक्टरी का टाइमिंग क्या होगा? 7?
7.
तो उनके पहले 4 से 7 तक कितने लोगों का है?
4 से 7 तक सभी का है, हम लोग का है,
नहीं,
स्टूडेंट्स का है,
हाँ,
और
तो कितने
सबका
total
हो
है?
जाएगा।
8 है। 4 से देखो,
नहीं
4
ये
o'clock to 7 होता है 3 hours।
3
3
years,
hours में 6 के है।
6 है, 6 प्रोफेसर बलराम सिंह, प्रोफेसर रजनीश मिश्रा, प्रिया मित्तल, 3 और कौन है?
And Professor Sushil
बच्चों का
Dubey.
है?
हाँ, प्रोफेसर सुशील दुबे 4,
फिर आप
एंड फिर मेरा 5, एंड बच्चे 3।
अनिल
अनिल, आई थिंक आई विल कॉल मैम इफ ही कैन जॉइन। वो थोड़ी बिजी चल रहे।
नहीं,
अनिल
अदरवाइज
सर,
तो जयंती, मैं इसलिए बोल रही हूँ, इनकेस वो ड्रॉप आउट कर रहे हैं, बेटर है कि एकदम,
हाँ
अदरवाइज
ठीक है,
पैक्ड हो जाएगा, वो 7 क्रॉस कर जाएगा वैलिडिटी फिर।
ठीक है, वो हम
हाँ, उनको फोर्स मत करो, जितने भी
नहीं,
है
फोर्स नहीं कर
वो
रहे,
करो।
फोर्स नहीं कर रहे मैं। हेलो,
5
हाँ
भी होगा
सुजाता
तो
दी,
3 घंटा में हो जाएगा। 5 है तो हो जाएगा।
हाँ ठीक है हिमांशु मैम, बाद में बात करते हैं।
हाँ, ठीक है,
ठीक
ठीक है,
है।
ओके।
Jayanti ma'am, shall I start?
Wait for 2 minutes, 2 more minutes, just 2 to 4 minutes, they do 4-5 exactly start. Okay.
Ma'am, I'll be starting now.
Yes, you can start.
Welcome back to the last session of the 2-day international webinar. We are really glad that you are with us all this while. The speakers for this session are Dietitian Priya Mittal, Professor Balram Singh, Professor Rajneesh Mishra, Professor Sushim Dubey, and Dr. Jayanti P. Sahu. We also have a student's presentation by Parul Bakar, Radha Tiwari, and Ishika Mishra. Our today's chief guest is Professor Sachidanand Mishra. This session will also have a panel discussion with our eminent speakers in which they'll address our queries. Now, I would like to introduce the first speaker of this session, dietitian Priya Mittal. Dietitian Priya Mittal, former dietitian of Dharamshila Narayan Super Speciality Hospital, has been actively working in the field of weight management and lifestyle-related disorder. She always believed in natural ways of achieving health and does not believe in artificial methods like machines, medicine, supplements, etc. People consult her for homely, traditional, and sustainable diet plans for weight management and treating PCOD, PCOS, thyroid, diabetes, hypertension, and other lifestyle disorders. She is the CEO of Zenith Diet Mentor, which began in 2018 with the clear aim and mission of Eat Right, Future Bright. Dietitian Priya Mittal is internationally acclaimed Best Dietitian and Nutritionist Year 2019-2020. Dietitian Priya Mittal has been in this field for 5 years. She has completed her diploma in dietetic, health and nutrition from VLCC. She offers a range of diets such as diets for PCOS, PCOD, weight loss, weight gain, pregnancy, and post-pregnancy diets, to mention a few. I welcome you, ma'am.
Thank you so much. First of all, good evening, everyone, and I would like to say thanks to Dr. Jetty and others organizers who have given me this opportunity to share my views on the topic obesity as a risk factor for COVID-19. So without any further delay, I initially want to share my screen. So let's start. So the today's topic is obesity is a risk factor. Obesity is a risk factor for COVID-19. So today I gonna cover the topic visceral obesity and hyperglycemia. Role of IMS in increasing severity of COVID-19, cardiometabolically complications and post-COVID illness effect. So firstly, let me tell you what exactly the obesity. I know this is not something new for you, but still I want to share. Obesity is something like obesity and overweight are defined as abnormal and excessive fat accumulation that present a risk to health. A body mass index over 25 is considered as overweight and over 30 is obese. So generally we tell like that person is healthy, that person is not healthy, that person is very unhealthy. So how we check that person is healthy or not? So for this, we do have BMI calculators. And we can check if the person is under 25, 18 to 25, that person comes under normal weight category. If the person is having 25, this have a range of 25 to 30, that person generally known as overweight. Lekin uske baad, if the person have the obesity, the BMI is more than 30, then we generally consider the person is obese. So let me discuss what are the types of obesity. So it's genetic obesity. So let me tell you what exactly is genetic obesity. A clear pattern of inherent obesity within a family is caused by a specific variant of a single gene. Means if we see like our forefathers are obese, then we are also more tend to put on extra weight. Yeah, extra, like generally we fall in the what we call obese category, right? If we talk about dietary obesity is something like it's totally depend on what sort of lifestyle we do have. like if we take the balanced diet, if we talk about water intake, so if we consume the proper water, how much, like whatever water is required by our body, if we take the proper sleep, if you go for the workout, so generally we don't suffer from dietary obesity. So it's all about this thing. If you don't have any, if you have a bad lifestyle, then for sure you can indulge, you can be a part of
Yeah.
dietary obesity.
Your PowerPoint presentation is not visible.
It's not visible.
No, ma'am. It's just the list of the stuff you have on your desktop.
Oh, wait. No, it's already showing. Now it's visible.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So let's talk about like obesity due to poor regulation. Typically of the regulatory obesities are those induced by surgical or chemical restriction of certain areas of the hypothalamus, right? If we talk about nervous obesity, so it's about the obesity is associated with mild cognitive impairment. Means if we check, if we see the secretion of not proper secretion of thyroxine from pituitary gland, so it's a part of that only. So that it includes thyroid also. Next is endocrine obesity, then thermogenic obesity. So if we talk about 10 fittest countries in the world, so India have third number and the US have first number. So now we talk about visceral obesity and hyperglycemia. So visceral obesity is something like if visceral obesity associated with medical abnormalities that increase the risk of type 2 diabetes and coronary heart diseases. So basically, if we talk about this, so यहाँ पर we generally found जो हमारे organs होते हैं उनके आसपास ज़्यादा fat layer, and the person who take more stress are more prone to have visceral obesity the higher side. So इसलिए generally our doctors and dietitians suggest to have a good lifestyle and take less stress. We talk about hyperglycemia. So hyperglycemia is a condition in which an excessive amount of glucose circulates in the blood plasma. This is generally a blood sugar level. So generally, how we can check the person have higher glucose level in their blood. So for this, we need to conduct a test. That is your HbA1c. So from that test, we generally check the person have more blood sugar levels. So again, if we talk about hyperglycemia, so hyperglycemia is not a disease, it's a lifestyle disorder. So if you follow the good life regime, if you eat the balanced diet, if you take the adequate amount of water, if you take a proper sleep and take less rest, if you go for good walk and workouts, so you are not prone to be a part of hyperglycemia. So now let's talk about.
Ma'am, very actually.
Yes, please tell me. Am I audible? My screen is visible or not? Hello?
Yes, ma'am, you're audible and your screen is visible.
Okay. So let's talk about IMS. IMS is impaired metabolic syndrome. So if we talk about IMS, recent studies showed that diseases like diabetes, hypertension, and obesity contribute to severe and worse outcomes of coronavirus disease 2019, suggesting that metabolic syndrome and its components are associated with severity of COVID-19. A population-based study and UK Biobank study shows that patients with metabolic syndrome is highly susceptible to COVID-2 infection. So the next we're gonna cover is cardiometabolically complications. So cardiometabolically complications are: cardiometabolic disease describes a spectrum of conditions beginning with insulin resistance, progression to the metabolic syndrome, pre-diabetes, and finally to more severe condition including cardiovascular disease and type 2 diabetes. Obese persons are at increased risk for developing numerous cardiometabolic complications, including hypertension, insulin resistance, diabetes mellitus, and CVD. It is essential that all healthcare providers can take an active role in addressing the issue of obesity with their patients to reduce their cardiometabolic risk. So for this, I would suggest you start having good lifestyle, take a proper sleep, go for a good walk, and eat healthy, and try to have seasonal fruits, try to have more protein diet. So it's definitely gonna help you. If we talk about post-COVID illness effect, so what are those? Some of the complications seen in patients include deleterious effects on lungs, kidneys, heart, and manifestation of black fungal infection. That is a mycomycosis known as mucormycosis. Cardiovascular complications may include heart failure, heart inflammation, and thrombosis. Approximately 20 to 30% of people who present with COVID-19 have elevated liver enzymes reflecting liver injury. So post-COVID follow-up care. What we should do if we are like, if we was COVID positive, then what exactly we need to do after post-COVID? So you need to have nutritious diet. So if we talk about nutritious diet, then what sort of food you should add in your diet? So it's totally depend what's your blood group, what's your daily routine. So again, try to have try to add more colors in your plate. Try to have more water. You can add coconut water, you can have lime water, you can have different herbs water, that is dhania water, ajwain water, methi dana water. As if we talk about post-COVID, during the time of COVID, so as we have seen, we had taken the steroids. So if we take the steroids, so we are more prone to be a part of hyperglycemia. So if we add methi dana and if you are low GI index side, then surely it's gonna help in post-COVID. Keep yourself hydrated, means try to have a lot of water, have a lot of fruits like you can have soup, you can have smoothies, you can have a different infused water. We talk about the rest, exercise and meditation. So try to go for good exercise. It's not like that you need to go for gymming only. You can go for good walk also. So it's always good to do meditation. Avoid indulging in deleterious habits. Means if you smoke, if you take drinks, so try to avoid all these things. Medications and tests. If we talk about the again post-COVID, so keep on checking whether your uric acid level, your LFT, your hyperglycemia, means your HbA1c levels are pretty well or not. So you need to follow a special diet or do special exercise to vanish belly fat. Just follow the usual strategy for getting trimmer and fitter, like keep moving. So if we see in today's era, most of us use phones almost for 3 to 4 hours in a day. So while taking the calls, try to move the place where you are. Smart eat means check whatever the best regional options you have. Regional as in the wherever you locate. So try to have the things which generally cultivated nearby your areas, right? Monitor your sugar level. Sugar level as in just to check whether sugar levels are controlled or not. If they're not controlled, then again try to do good lifestyle modification. Consult with a doctor also. Adjust your doses to control hyperglycemia. It's again the same thing. Eating a healthy diet means adopt a healthy lifestyle pattern. Quit smoking and include protein and vegetables in your meals. So diet is a small step towards mountaineering change. We found that eating healthy foods, high intake of vegetables, fruits, whole grain, like long chain polyunsaturated fatty acids, and low intake of trans fat, fried food, and sugary drinks lower the risk of obesity and promotes weight loss for all populations. So in short, I would like to say, if you are someone who's facing the issues after post-COVID, then please keep on monitoring your urine levels, and your blood sugar levels and vitamin D. And secondly, try to adopt a healthy lifestyle, add a lot of varieties of food in a diet. Try to add 5 colors in your plate. Try to have high protein diet, as a lot of my patients are also complaining the same thing. They are facing a lot of hair fall, a lot of facial acne and everything. So for this, all you need to take care of your diet, and please make sure do it some workout regime in your diet also. And yoga is one of the best thing that you should practice. So if you have any queries, please do let me know. You can. So thank you so much. Again, thanks to Jyoti ma'am and other organizers for this. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for such an informative lecture. Before proceeding further, I would like to tell that Professor Balaganpati will be joining us too. I apologize for missing out his name before. Now I would like to request Sulagna ma'am to introduce Professor Balram Singh.
Yes, Aishwarya, what happened?
Yes, I was not able to unmute myself. Now
Okay.
it's working. Yeah. A very warm welcome to everyone. I'd like to introduce Professor Balram Singh. Professor Balram Singh has been a professor since 1990 and Henry Dreyfus Teacher Scholar since 1997 at UMass Dartmouth until 2014 and at the Institute of Advanced Sciences, INADS, Dartmouth, Massachusetts. He's also an adjunct professor at the School of Sanskrit and Indic Studies, Jawaharlal Nehru University, India. He's been a visiting professor at Georgetown University, Harvard Medical School, Yangming University, Taiwan, and Jawaharlal Nehru University, India. He's currently the president of the Institute of Advanced Sciences and also the founder of Prime Bio Incorporation, a biotechnology-based company. Dr. Singh is the founding director of the Botulinum Research Center established in 2003 and currently located at
Not audible.
I think, Aishwarya, is there any problem with Sulagna's audio? So should I continue?
Yes, ma'am, you may continue because I think Sulagna ma'am's connection isn't working properly. Sulagna ma'am, are you there?
Her screen is frozen. I guess she has some network issues on her end.
So let me continue. Sir, I welcome you to this seminar. Professor Balram Singh is the president of the Institute of Advanced Sciences and also the founder of Prime Bio, biotechnology-based company.
Yeah, I'm back. Yeah. Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, there was a power
Yes, continue.
cut, so it just got disconnected. Dr. Singh is the founding director of the Botulinum Research Center established in 2003 and currently located at INADS. He's the founding director of the Center of Indic Studies at the University of Massachusetts, Dartmouth. He's published widely as many as 13 books and over 325 articles, including articles related to India's philosophy and traditions. He's the editor and associate editor of 4 journals, including Biochemical and Biophysical Research Reports, Elsevier, Ayurveda Journal of Health, UMass Dartmouth, an International Journal of Indian Culture and Business Management, Indoscience, Ayurveda, Health, Happiness and Harmony book series, by Motilal Banarasi Das. We welcome you, sir, to the Philosophy Department of Janki Devi Memorial College, and we look forward to hearing your lecture. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate this. This is not the first time I've read the college and the Department of Philosophy. It's a very impressive department, and their activities is only soaring. Normally, people have problem with the coronavirus. I think the Philosophy Department at Janki Devi Memorial College has taken full advantage of Corona time and made many efforts to connect with the entire world through the online connections. So I'm very pleased to be here, and this is my favorite subject that I'm trying to learn. I don't maybe not know that much about things, but at least I'm trying to learn about what is exactly the yoga science. And in yoga science, what I find is, I find this to be more like a science, and I look at it from the perspective of a science. I know, and it is a very practical philosophy, something that we are very interested in exploring further with your department and your college. So I'm very much looking forward to those opportunities, and I'm looking forward to sharing a few of my thoughts today with the limited time that we have. So let me share my slides. Those should be visible, I'm hoping. And I will, yeah, they are.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes,
There we
sir.
go. So I'm just going to talk about yoga science for health. So I want to mention at the outset, although this I did not put in the, that could have been a relevant thing to mention in the introduction, but I have not highlighted this anywhere in my resume, so it's not available. But in 2005, at the University of Massachusetts Dartmouth campus, we have a Center for Indic Studies. And under that, we started offering a course on science of Kriya Yoga. And I believe I have looked up around everywhere, and maybe you, some of people in your audience can correct me if I'm wrong. That's the only course in the world that is a yoga course, but meets science requirement. So it is in the university, they require to, students to take at least 6 credits of science. And this course meets 3 credits of that requirement. And that has been approved by the university. So that's one course where you have science, yoga as a science. And I'm very proud of that. And I hope that continues. And my thought continues, even though I was in the Department of Chemistry, but I was able to offer that. And perhaps my presence in the Department of Chemistry was helpful because nobody could doubt that I'm a scientist. And so if I'm saying yoga is science, that made a difference. And this is very important for philosophy departments like philosophy department or sociology department or Sanskrit departments. They should continue to develop this collaboration with other fields, particularly science and medicine. And as Dr. Priya was just talking about her experience, and with yoga, I mean, that kind of things are so much more needed and should be promoted. Now, with that introduction, I know this has been probably beaten to death about this, what is yoga, Chitta Vritti Nirodha. I just want to point out some aspect of it out of this. The first one is philosophical. The first 2, yama and niyama, are just philosophical. And the second 2, asana and pranayama, are more sensory. So this is where medical science generally works. It's the sensory perceptions, whether you're having pain or pleasure or disease, all that. And that is the asana and pranayama connect to those sensory aspects of somebody's life. And this is where the health thing comes, that normally what we consider as health. But without having the first two of the philosophical aspects, it will be difficult to make sense. And that's where science and medicine and yoga, philosophy are disconnected. People in philosophy only talk about philosophy and they don't connect with the observations. And then those who make observation generally have their own philosophy, and the philosophy like yoga philosophy becomes discarded or not understood at least. But the second two is like in a pair of two. I wanted to mention this, the Ashtanga Yoga, that when you have pratyahar, it's very interesting. Pratyahar basically means after that you give up all the sensory perception. Is supposed to then deliberately give that up. You're not going to pay attention to that. So when we are talking about treatment of disease, we need to understand that, but then we need to get higher level to understand or maybe even treat. And so the pratyahar is basically to give up deliberately all the knowledge that we have acquired through asana and pranayam. And when I say deliberately, means that I know what I'm giving up. So this is very important, that we need to pay attention to it, but then not be engrossed into it. We want to get out of it. And that's only you make a dharana, a contemplation of some kind, to move away from it, move away from the pain and pleasure also. And that's when the dhyan or the meditation starts happening. And samadhi is something that you become. So this is a complete science that has philosophy, that has scientific observations, and then it has the what we consider the tyag and balidan, means you just but deliberately give that up and then you become something else. So this is really a living philosophy. I find Ashtanga Yoga being a living philosophy, and this is the part that I wanted to highlight because what I'm going to say after this is related to that. So how does this happen? Well, most of the time in situation like us, we do make some observation. We are very fascinated by the treatment, surgery, whatever, and then we say, oh, maybe we need to understand science. We go back and try to understand science. A person like me, who is not really a physician, but very much interested in the science of the health and other things related, technologies and other things. My area of research also has develops drugs, and we have actually successfully developed and marketed even a drug. There is a product from my my research in India. Actually, I'm very proud of that. For the first time, we launched a product called Stenox in Mumbai, and that is a product. So I'm involved in developing drugs, but with that science, I started understanding what is yoga. What is the fundamental knowledge that comes from? It does not come necessarily from observation. Actually, many times you have to observe and then not be biased. Once I give up means I should not be biased. And then only you get into this fundamental knowledge. You begin to understand where the whole source of it is. But in Indian philosophy, in yoga philosophy, people don't make that kind of thing. I'm not impressed. They're not impressed by technology, and they don't want to understand or develop some more technology and then understand what is life. Actually, they know the life. They go through this meditation and they kind of see things, and only from there they give some ideas, or some of us get opportunity to meet with them and get ideas to understand what's going on. So we examine that scientifically, and then we develop technology, hopefully a better technology rather than the one we have developed over past 100 years or so, which is becoming detrimental, to health, and also it is becoming detrimental to the environment. So in yoga philosophy, it does not only have a yoga means just we close our eyes and do some om or meditation and then we are happy about it. Not. Yoga basically means that it unites everything to everything else, which means environment is also connected, health is also connected, and people or society is also connected. Yoga will create a healthy society. it will create a healthy environment, healthy planet, and healthy body, of course, and healthy mind. And though when we do yoga, which normally I teach to my students, that they have to practice yoga with their body first. Why? Because that is how you learn how to practice yoga. Just like we love our mothers. I think almost everybody does. Although I was surprised when I made this statement in a class in the United States 2 years ago. There were 3 of 16 students raised their hands, and they said they don't love their mother. And so it's a very different reflection of the society. I never thought that would happen. But anyway, the point I'm trying to make, we love our mothers, but that we should not stop loving at our mothers. We should learn how to love through mothers, and then we use that love for the rest of the world appropriately. Just like we learn mathematics in classrooms by giving examples, apples or mangoes or whatever. But that doesn't mean that mathematics should be only related to apples and mangoes. If Newton's observed apple dropping for gravity, understanding gravitational law, that doesn't mean only it should apply to apple. It could apply to mango and guava and all kind of particles. So that's the point I'm trying to make, that we learn the yoga because the closest that we have body and mind that we can observe is the body and mind, and we connect that. And when we connect that, after that, we learn that process to connect to our families, to our neighbors, and to our environment, plants, animals, all that. When you do that, then you are then connected. You have social health, the health of healthy society, healthy planet. And so this health, I would like to submit that we are talking about the topic today, yoga and health. That is really very all-encompassing. And it's the entire universe, believe it or not. And that's when we start saying Aham Brahmasmi, because when we reach Yat Pinde Tat Brahmande, because we get connected. So that is the kind of philosophical practice we need to promote, understand and promote, and especially for young people to examine. And then it will make a very healthy society. In the society where we value freedom, independence, equality. I'm talking about political. I think all the politicians should be expected and required to do n number of hours of yoga, full understanding. So then when they talk about independence, they talk about equality, they talk about freedom, they will understand it better. And here is some ideas. When Chitta Vritti Nirodha, yoga is Chitta Vritti Nirodha, means you do not get swayed by your mind. You need to still your mind, means you become tatastha, detached. Then only you will be able to see things that they are. And for that, when do you do this Chitta Vritti Nirodha? During sanghars, tapa. During the tap, also when there are difficult, tap means, when there are difficult situations, then also your mind should be still. And then during that time, while you're doing something, then you do swadhyaya, or you study yourself, how you are doing, by being very detached. When you do the swadhyaya, then you understand swadhar means the nature of yourself, what you are. We need to understand nature of everything. My scientific practice basically means I need to understand the nature of everything. So if I don't understand my own nature, I haven't really studied how to understand my nature, I wouldn't be able to understand anybody else. Jaki rahi bhavna jaisi prabhimurat dekhi tintaisi. If you know how to, whatever you feel is what you are going to see. So if you don't know how to see yourself, you don't know how to see others. And so that will be creating problems. This is a very basic fundamental science. And so once you know your swadharma, then you know your swabhav and become very detached. It doesn't matter, that's my nature, that's how I'm going to do. It doesn't matter, not be affected, not be stressed, because 80% of diseases, in medical diseases that we're calling, according to the Centers for Disease Control in the United States, is because of stress. 80 to 90% actually. They think it's because of stress. And so when you know your swabhav and become detached, then you're not stressed. And when you're not stressed, you are swa-astha. It means you are established in yourself. And that's called swasth. And that's only when you are healthy. If you do not do that, you keep taking medication, you keep taking advice, it's not going to be perfect health. Perfect health is, this is the way. And that is all yoga's way. Then you do karma. And you have to, your karma has to be niskam karma. And then you will be able to create a society where there will be samanata, samanadhikar, upayukta phal, means whatever is appropriate consequence, rewards you are supposed to get, you will accept it. And then you will understand the meaning of karmande vadhikaraste ma phale sukadachan. Then because when you are doing all this in niskam karma, that you don't expect, whatever happens is the best. You're not supposed to associate yourself that somehow you are doing it. Because that's not, whatever your karma you're doing is happening, you're not doing, it's happening. And this is the science. And this is the scientific, systematic, non-falsifiable, objective, and unbiased or detached way of looking at yourself first, then the rest of the world. And this is needed, expected, I think should be required from the government, the Indian Constitution, and the only constitution in the world that I know that talks about this, which says Article 51A talks about fundamental duties. It shall be the duty of every citizen of India to develop the scientific temper. So this is a scientific temper about health, and health not only about our own body's health, but also our society's health and the health of this planet. And that's how I believe we should go do. And then you will find what is your kartabya. What I am doing is according to this. And they will not have problem of somehow ego. I'm doing this and I'm professor, I'm Balram Singh. You get all this introduction sometimes gets to your head. And I saw yesterday the professor who was the vice chancellor of Wardha University. I think he got very upset because he was inappropriately, according to him. I mean, nothing was said bad to him, but he was very upset that, it was some old thing about him. इनको बंद कर दीजिए, कौन है बीच में बोलने लगे हमारे भाषण के?
This is a request to all the participants. Kindly mute yourself.
So ये मैं कह रहा था कि yesterday I saw and he was a bit annoyed, and I understand that, but these things happen. So we sometimes get into our own mood, like this is very important for me. I'm very important. I'm not very important. You can mute all of them and then unmute me. You can mute all of them because he's competing with me in talking. Okay, thank you. So that is the kartabya bhav that we have, and this is very important, that it takes you to become Ishvara. It takes you to become Ishvara, and the Ishvara, one of the characteristics is that it considers everything detached in a very detached way. So this is Patanjali Yoga Sutra 124, says, Kles karma vipakasaye aparamishta purus visesa Ishvara. The Ishvara is who is beyond kles and karma phal. Means is away from raga and dvesh, away from papa and punya. And most of us think, well, we cannot be away from all that. So that's why we are not Ishvara. But getting to the state of Ishvara is not that difficult if you follow. You can reach the state of Ishvara. That's why it is said that it is Aham Brahmasmi. Because you can reach that state. In other traditions also, in Islamic traditions called Khuda. Most people don't understand that part. They need to understand. They need to do yoga, actually. I have seen many friends of mine who are Islamic people, they do yoga. And they understand better rather than, just forcing everybody to do this. That's because of the ego. The same thing is in Christianity, say this body is kingdom of God. This body is kingdom of God means if the body is kingdom of God, the God must be living in the kingdom. That means also the same thing. So you have the capacity to get to this and create the social harmony and the healthy society. This is very important that we need to understand. Now, I want to just quickly talk about a few things. I think, and not quickly, I have another 15 minutes or so. Unless you please tell me otherwise, I have another 15 minutes, I think. So what is how does this all work? The stress causes problem in immunity. And Dr. Priya was talking about, the corona time and all kind of problems with the immune system. And though stress is one of the major causes of immunity and disease problems. So sometimes disease affects the immunity and sometimes immunity affects disease, but both of them are affected by stress. So it is very important to work on, and stress, you will not have stress if you go through that process. Anybody and everybody can do that, but needs to practice it. Now, I did some study when physicians counsel about stress, results of national study, they find, here is what I was saying, about 60 to 80% visits are stress related. And this is a study that done by psychological study. What we did a research, actually recently published it into 2020 in the Journal of Psychology and Parapsychology, International Journal of Yoga, Philosophy, Psychology and Parapsychology, and where we try to understand yoga practice and stress management. A spiritual belief as a moderator. Two professors from business, Nora Burns and Satya Paraitam, they joined hands for this. This was a survey based. And so they had model where you have stress and its effect of stress and yoga practice and a spiritual belief whether that has any issues to managing the stress. And then we found we had 250 subjects we were able to interview. And then we found that the model that involves the relationship between stress and effect of stress on life, social support activities, yoga practice, stress management. The present research created this regression analysis through regression analysis, and we found the result like this, where if those people who had a spiritual belief of some kind, they were likely to do more practice of yoga. So a spiritual belief means what I just talked about, the Iswara, there was the spiritual, many people think about the God and other things. But if you understand that God concept, it's a model of understanding yourself. God is not sitting somewhere else. Yeah, a model is sitting outside for sure, but that model is to internalize that whole thing, understand what you are yourself. And then we found that actually those people who understand that, they practice yoga better, and then obviously they can manage their stress much better. Yoga has a lot of biological effect. It has effect on autonomous nervous system. It has on the neuroendocrine system. It has effect on immune system. It has anti-inflammatory things that Dr. Priya was talking to a certain degree. All these different kind of cytokines are affected, and it has effect on metabolism. So almost anything and everything about our physical body is biochemistry of that is affected. Biochemistry and neuroscience is affected by yoga. And this is just a summary slide. There are a lot of studies have been done to prove that this is the case. So yoga can be done very properly, of course, but then very clearly without any hesitation that this is about your biology. If you think about your science, think about your medical science, it's all connected to that. And how does that connect? It connects through, in case of India, it connects very different system. It has this Ayurveda, where you have Prakriti, means whatever your nature is. Vikriti is then when you're not living in your nature. Like I said earlier, if you know your Swabha, and you act according to that, no problems at all, neither in the society nor in your body. But if you are acting other than your nature, and many times we don't know our nature. Many times we hide our nature. Many times we go against our nature. And that is the problem. And a society should be created where all those things should be allowed for people to live according to that nature. And liberal people bring out some of those things, unfortunately, selectively, but they do bring it out for creating a healthy society in the name of human rights, women rights, poor rights, rich rights, all this kind of thing that come around. It's really in that connection. So, and when you have that, even something like I just talked about, immunity, even COVID-19, if you're living within your nature, according to your nature, which includes seasonal changes, then you're going to need to change your diet according to season, not like I like samosas, so that I will eat samosas all the time. It's not like that. There is a time for samosas. When there is a potatoes are in the season, then you can eat it. And you cannot just because you can keep it frozen doesn't mean that's what you're going to eat. If you like mangoes, just because you can freeze them and keep them and eat them later on, that doesn't work like that. So what we have found, we did another cyber research. I'm not presenting details about it. Yoga and Ayurveda, we did survey of we have a lot of yoga studios in America. And we did that, and we found 80% of the people who run yoga studios. This study is a bit dated. In 2015, we published this in Ayurveda Journal of Health. And we found that 80% of them like to learn more about Ayurveda because they are a lot more holistic. So there is an opportunity here for creating a healthy society according to the tradition, not just the medical science. I just thought it just to impress people that it does have medical value. So in this, in case of Ayurveda, it is very complicated. It is not as simple, just like any science is very complicated. So here we have, not only we have Panchabhutas, which are the basis of the whole entire universe. And what is the basis of Panchabhuta is also a philosophical question that only India has addressed. Indian philosophy has addressed, and I want to make distinction between philosophy and darshan. India has a darshan, which has philosophy is just part of it. Philosophy is when you have hypotheses, you have assumptions, and you talk about them. But once you do the testing and you see the result, that's darshan. That we basically seeing it. You seers. We have seers. We don't have just philosophers. Although I know in JDMC probably have mostly people philosophers, but I hope that they all become seers. That should be the challenge, Dr. Jayanti Sahuji. There should be you should create seers. Your school, I think I've told this before. It's a girls' school, and I think your philosophy department should make some girls seers soon because the world needs them. So we have that Panchabhuta that gets connected to our the three types of our brain, the mind, that you have Sat, Raj, and Tam. And then when that is connected, then is created this Vata, Pitta, Kapha type of body. But this not a three types body, although people think about, I'm Kapha. It is an infinite ratios, possible ratios. So everybody is individual, but everybody is some combination of Vata, Pitta, Kapha. And then it's very important that it's connected to the mind. Man is also part of it. And that yellow line, although I think the mind thing is not written there, but yellow circle is really the mind. And then all of it under the Atma. And you can talk about Atma for a very, very long time. But I'm sure philosophy students understand Atma and Paramatma is connected. And when you get to that level, then in yoga, just like in Samadhi, when you get to Paramatma level, that's the bliss. That Samadhi is that when you get to that level, and that becomes superior. And when you have all these ideas, I just want to now come back to the science again. The scientific, I said, we create science. I have created, my group has created several compounds that are being used as drugs, and we do help other companies also to do that. And there is things that is involved in that is there some kind of research team is formed that looks at the structure, and which basically means it pays attention to the physical nature of the world. and then this does the testing in animals normally, find out whether it's toxic, not toxic, efficacious or not efficacious. If it works there significantly, then we get into manufacturing of GMP facility and then manufacture and market it. But in case of Ayurveda is very different. It's in Ayurveda, it's the Ayurvedic things are functional, how it works. And it's very interesting that initially I wrote this article and I thought it's functional chemistry versus structural chemistry. I slowly realized that really this functional chemistry is basically a sensory chemistry. The Ayurvedic people, Vaidyas, the so-called scientists, will have their elevated level of sensory perception. This is where yoga comes very handy. Their asana and pranayam really elevate your sensory level. So all of us should be in that mode. We should be doing yoga, asana, and pranayam so that our sensory perceptions are very high. We can perceive things around. And the regular scientists like me, we don't do that. We just look at the structure and we are happy with that. And we think that now if the mice didn't die, then humans will not die and it'll work. But that's just only half of the story. It creates a lot of side effects and other things. And people are realizing they're not living with chemicals around, chemical fertilizers. You are now eating the organic food and living with the organic food. So then later on, actually, I understood more. And then it's really Ayurvedic discoveries through Tanmatra chemistry, that you have the sound, you have the form, you have the taste, all those things, ras, roop, ras, gandh, sabda, spars. That is Tanmatra. And that you have to have a good understanding of it. Then only you can understand this jadi booty, all the herbal stuff. And then you make a combination through this understanding of man and then panchabhutas and your prakriti, your dosha and all that kind of stuff. And then you look at the individual who is suffering from that. You give a combination of things, lot of dincharya, ritucharya, and some related to nutrition and diet kind of things to treat the disease. And that's how you get healthy. There is not any evidence. I moved really quickly. I know I have a little bit time here, couple more minutes. So this has to be created, evidence has to be created, and people have not studied this. This is a challenge for scientists like me, and we are trying to work on that. But this technologies, Ayurvedic technologies also has been used for material science, like Bhasma. A student of mine who finished her PhD and did Bhasma as a nanomedicine. And I was talking about the language is important. Bhasma, most people think Bhasma is just a ash or rakh jisko kehte hain. But no, it is not like that. Bhasma means basically kisi cheez ki toxicity ko nistej karna. And that is a huge process to remove the toxicity. And, there are books written, procedures written, about 42 steps of that. Go through that, which is similar to chemistry. When you really understand the meaning of Bhasma, it's like in Akshar means atom. Akshar means that something cannot be destroyed, or atom also means something cannot be destroyed. Same way, like chemistry, we would like to have carbon and hydrogen and understand the meaning of it. Same way, when you have the letters in Sanskrit, they mean something. And so Bhasma is something like nistej. Only those who understand that. Is a similar thing can be used for other words in India, in Indian language, particularly in Sanskrit. And I do not have time to go into details, probably not that important. So Sanskrit actually is an indigenous science, or at least it's the language of science, like chemistry is the language of science. So is the Sanskrit. Now, if we go through regular process of developing drugs, it takes 8 to 10 years. It takes nearly $1 billion. And that's why it's very expensive. People then have to pay so much money and so much other things get involved. Rather than public welfare, it becomes public exploitation. And we should avoid that. And we will avoid that when you have the yoga and yogic knowledge. So with that, I would like to only make a couple of points. This Ayurveda and yoga combination had left India until 1750. India used to be about 25% of the world's GDP. Today is maybe 4%. So, and when British left us, I think we were only 1.4%. And there is this professor, Timothy Walker, who has done some studies on Portuguese colonialism, and he found that actually Portuguese made so much money by Ayurveda related medicinal herbs that actually they acquired Brazil. Brazil is the only Portuguese speaking country in South America. But Ayurveda is still not considered by the traditional scientists as much. I'm not going in detail, but searching for science in India's traditional medicine, it was actually sarcastic article that came out in Science criticizing India's effort to try to connect science and Ayurveda. So I'm just going to, one last point to make is that the way we speak, the language we speak, unfortunately I'm speaking English, but in Indian languages, particularly the pronunciations of Sanskrit and mantras and other things that are also part of yoga, they have a biology and physics of it, and they ultimately have the chemistry and biochemistry of it that affects our mindset when through pituitary gland, through other kind of hormonal secretion, and they have ultimately have effect on us. So I want to, this is another way I was going to talk my last slide is this. So many of our traditions have been created, our behaviors, our culture have been created as a healthy way of living. Shaking hand is not healthy, as we know now during the Corona time. We also know that this trying to create, if you cannot shake hand, then you want to have elbow touch, also not actually healthy because it's not 6 feet away, and that creates problem. The best practices in India was to do Namaste, and which is a very yogic posture. It creates acupressures in your hands and gives your body and mind a much better awareness and keeps you healthy. So many of these traditional practices have been created in India because of yogic knowledge and yogic science. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for such an insightful lecture. Now, I would like to introduce Professor Rajneesh Mishra. Professor Rajneesh Mishra is an Associate Professor at Special Center for Sanskrit, Jawaharlal Nehru University, New Delhi since October 2013. His research and teaching areas are Sanskrit linguistics, philosophy of language, literary theory, comparative poetics, and aesthetics, Kashmir Shaiva philosophy, and Buddhist philosophy. He has to his credit the formulation of 2 new courses at postgraduate level. First, Pratibha Jnana Darshan, text, traditions, and thinkers, and second, Sanskrit Indo-European linguistics. Both are credit for courses. He has supervised his research of various PhD and MPhil students. He is member of the Special Committee of Special Center for Sanskrit Studies constituted by JNU. In addition to being the editor of various compilations, he has authored 2 books and has been the associate editor of 1. His chapters have been published in 9 books, and he has published numerous research articles, papers to his name. He has presented papers in over 30 international and national conferences, has attended over 40 workshops. Thank you, Professor Rajneesh Mishra. You will start.
Am I audible?
Yes, sir. You are audible.
Yes, sir, you are.
Thank you. I begin with this Mangalacharan. In fact, this is a Bhairava Stotra composed by Acharya Abhinav Gupta. You might be knowing about him, 10th, 11th century poetician, aesthetician, philosopher, a mystic, a poet, whatnot, musician, everything. So this is his very famous Bhairav Stotra, and it reads like this. Vyapta charachara bhava vishesham chinmay ekam anantam adim Bhairavanath anath sharanyam tanmay chittataya hridayandhe. So first of all, namaskar to all of you, and I am grateful to ICPR and Janaki Devi Memorial College Philosophy Department for associating me with this international webinar. I have been in many of these sessions which were conducted over a period of 2 days, and my knowledge is immensely enriched. I'm thankful to all of you, particularly Jayanti ji, who has associated me with this very important pertinent seminar, webinar. First of all, to organize such a pertinent seminar on such a relevant theme in itself is a great contribution to our understanding of this difficult times. This is the age of pandemic, as we know, and it is not only due to Corona. Recently, we have seen what is going in our neighborhood. Many more things are contributing to this pandemic situation. So this is the time to introspect. We all are doing that in one way or another. We all are doing that voluntarily or involuntarily. We all are thinking about our time, and thinking about our own time and space in itself is a sign of a living community. Okay? This we can learn from our great poets like Valmiki and Vyas. The first two poets, Valmiki is known as Adi Kavi. They created a kind of timeless epic, Ramayana and Mahabharata. But if you close these two epics closely, you'll find they are very much concerned of their time. Konvasmin sampratam loke. This is how Ramayana begins. Being a sage, a seer, as Professor Balram Singh ji was just saying, that philosophy should create seers, not just theoreticians. Wonderful lecture, sir. Wonderful lecture. Always enlightening. Valmiki, being a seer, a rishi, living in isolation in some forest area on the bank of river Tamsa, he is very much concerned of his time. He says that Kon Vasmin Sampratam Loke. He asks Narad that who is in our time a great leader who is an embodiment of all these virtues, and then the list of virtues are given in the subsequent verses. Similarly, if you go to Mahabharata, Maharishi Vedavyas, equally a great poet, seer, he is also concerned with his own time. In fact, through Mahabharata, he is writing the narrative of his own family, not only of his time, his own family. So this is how one should try to understand the immediate context, space and time. And in this way, I find this seminar theme very pertinent. This is the time where we should come back or go back to the fundamentals of our life, very fundamental questions of our life. This crisis has, in fact, has created such a situation that we cannot. Yeah. Am I audible? Am I audible?
Yes, Rajveer, say आप audible है. There is, I think, some problems from the participants' side.
Okay.
So you continue.
So the basic question is, who am I? A fundamental question right from the beginning. we have been addressing to this question. And being in a culture that is known for its adhyatma, adhi-atma, this question is very, very important. Quest of the self. And in search of the self, in quest of the self, all our knowledge disciplines and mystic practices have been evolved. And we can see yoga also in that context. So who am I? And this is not only a metaphysical question. This equally concerns our society, our time, our space. And that's why, and also directly relating to the well-being of all, you know. And that's why this I needs to be constantly redefined, and it needs to be liberated from the narrow boundaries. And because it relates to the fundamental issues like health and well-being and many more such things, happiness, etc. Unfortunately, we live in the age of value reversal. This is a point I would like to emphasize before I proceed further. Value reversal, what does this mean? That we have assigned value to those elements which are distracting us in other direction and making our life miserable. I'll give you a few examples. I have a long article, maybe edited somewhere in some book. That value reversal also means we fail to distinguish these two different elements, approximately opposite to each other, like happiness and comfort. We are giving more value to comfort, or we are attaching value to comfort rather than happiness. So this is a kind of displacement, you know, from our self. It's a kind of distraction in a time, in a society where comfort is given more value than happiness. Naturally, the result is quite clear. Then a society, a political thought or a society, it gives more emphasis to rights rather than duties. Duty, हमारा शब्द क्या है? धर्म. ये एक शब्द का अनलिखा संविधान है भारत का. One word, unwritten constitution, right from the beginning of the civilization. This has guided us. And each one of us knows it very well. What is dharma and what is adharma? Nature has not been biased in this respect. Each one of us. But how do we behave? That's another thing, totally different. Then, shubha and labh. Labh, profit, net profit is more important than auspiciousness, shubha. So this kind of imbalance has occurred in our times. Shreya and Priya. This is from the Kathopanishad, Yamna Chiketa Sambad. You might have read that episode. So what is good and what is just desired or pleasant? So value is attached more to Priya rather than to Shreya. And then Tyag and Bhoga. Abstinence versus involvement, one can say, or consumption. So value is given to more indulgence, consumption, rather than to abstinence. This has not been the culture in which we have been very inherited from our past. And Charak Samhita again makes a distinction between Hit Ayu and Sukha Ayu. So emphasis is more on Sukha Ayu. Sukha Ayu is that life where a person is living a healthy life in a way. He has no diseases, he's quite comfortable, he has no ailment, and he's living peacefully. This has not been the goal. Goal has been our being in a society should be beneficial to others as well, for our society. It should be for the well-being of all other people, not just for me. I am free of diseases, I am happy. That is not a great value. Great value inheres in this notion of hit ayu, my being there is beneficial to my time, to my society, to my family, people around. This has been the goal. So things have been reversed, and that this is what I have termed as value reversal, time of value reversal. So apparently there is a need to relocate our conceptual constructs, and this is how it's becoming difficult. I'm reminded of the opening line of Anna Karenina, the famous novel by Leo Tolstoy. And there he says, all happy families resemble one another. Every unhappy family is unhappy in its own way. Because there are multiple reasons for to be unhappy. Too much happiness may also turn to be a cause of suffering. So we don't know. Such a philosophical line he has written in the beginning of his very famous novel, Anna Karenina. Well, in our culture, in our knowledge culture, there are some disciplines which are supposed to be curative in nature. For example, Ayurveda. This is a discipline, science concerned with eradicating physical elements. Okay, Vyakarana, grammar. Vyakarana is still better word. Vyakarana that eradicates ailments, impurities relating to speech or concept, because the word relates to concept ultimately. So conceptual clarity, for conceptual understanding, this is Vyakarana. Bhartrihari says, Vang mal chikitsikam. Grammar cures us from the impurity of speech. And this is important because in speech, we constitute our knowledge, we conceptualize things, we perform the cognitive acts. And Professor Balram Singh ji was just talking about the physiological aspect of speech, and it's a scientific basis. Then darshan, it frees us from a spiritual element. In this category, I would like to put Sahitya or Kala as well, because this helps us to restore our emotional well-being, emotional health, okay? And through aesthetic or art experience. That's why Indian poeticians and aestheticians use terms like Sadharanikaran. In the process of aesthetic experience, Sadharanikaran Bhattanayak has used this term while expounding the Rasa Sutra of Bharat Muni in the Natya Shastra. Sadharanikaran, our self has to be free from all narrow boundaries. Only then we are capable of relishing this experience, enjoying this experience, aesthetic experience. Abhinav Gupta still provides us a better word, and his term is Tanmayi Bhavan Yogyata. This is in his Dhanyalok Lochan, a commentary on Anandavardhan's Dhanyalok. It's a text of poetics. Anandavardhan also belongs to Kashmir. You know that all major aestheticians and poeticians belong to Kashmir. Kashmir has been known as the Sharda Desh, the seat of learning for India for millennia. So Tanmayi Bhavan, to be one with the object there. There is no duality. And in this process, we can also make a kind of comparison what Aristotle talked about catharsis, purgation, purity. Through pity and fear, our self is purified. This is the effect of tragedy, according to Aristotle. So art is also a form of yoga. This is again important, and this is supported by philosophical systems, particularly Kashmiri Shaivism, Vaishnava philosophy, and Buddhist philosophy. These three philosophical systems support this, assumption. Kala Yoga. I think Professor Ananda Kumar Swami the renowned aesthetician, art critic of 20th century. He has talked about it, Kala Yoga, Kala as Yoga or Kala Yoga in many of his scholarly essays. And particularly in the Hindu view of art, you can see that he talks about this concept and says that whole volume needs to be devoted to this concept. And that will be a unique contribution of India to understand art and yoga together. Right. So art also liberates us. But again, a poetician from Kashmir says, Sadhya Parinivartaye. In his Kavya Prakash, he uses this expression for poetry, that it helps us to liberate us from the narrow self immediately, Sadhya. So the goal is to move from Bhumi to Bhuma, from narrowness to Ananta, where there is no boundary. And this is how Chandogya Upanishad says, Yo vai bhuma tat sukham, nal pe sukham asti. The whole series of discussion is there between Narad and Sanat Kumar there. I'll return to that little later. So from Bhumi to Bhuma, from narrow to limitless. So the sukha is not in narrowness. Sukha is in getting liberated us from this narrow self. So again, it is very, very important to relocate ourselves. If you want to be happy, if you want to be healthy in the sense swastha, and if we are equally concerned with the well-being of the people around us, our society, our time, then it is essentially important to relocate ourselves. Distraction has taken place, and this is need to be recognized, and then we can move on. So swastha, as many learned speakers have already expounded, swasmin tishtati yassasa, the person who is locating in his or her own self is a swastha, not a distracted one. And this is also in a way dharma. So if we want to relocate ourselves, we need to identify or recognize our dharma. What is our dharma at a various level, as an individual, as a social being, as a representative of our time and space? What is our dharma? And this has been the central theme of these two great epics, Ramayana and Mahabharata. Ultimately, this is the dharma that leads to moksha, final liberation. But like all other times, this is the tragedy of Mahabharatkar also, Vedavyas, who says at the end of Mahabharata, at the last part of Mahabharata in Swargarohan Parvat, that Urdhvahu Viromyasha na kasyas shrunoti mam. मैं कब से अपनी दोनों भुजाएं उठाकर कह रहा हूं, मेरी कोई सुनता नहीं. This is the tragedy of time, of every thinker, great thinker. Nobody listens to him or her in his or her own time. धर्मादश्च कामश्च स धर्मः किम न सेव्यते. धर्म से ही सबकी प्राप्ति होती है, तो धर्म की सेवा या धर्म की उपासना क्यों नहीं करते? But nobody listens to him. And what a great tragedy, what a great war took place because of this negligence towards duty. So another aspect of relocating ourselves comes from Ish Upanishad, Yasmin Sarvani Bhutani Atmanyevanupasyati Tatra ko moha kah shoka ekatvam manupashyati. This is the Ish Upanishad, Ishavasya Upanishad as popularly known. So one who sees everyone within his own self, there is no duality between self and other. For a person like this is swasmin tishtati in that sense. A person like this, there is no infatuation, there is no suffering, there is no distraction, who sees one in everything. So this kind of non-duality, this kind of oneness चेतना की एकात्मता जिसको कहते हैं, is very very much needed for to be happy and concerning each and everyone's well-being. Now, so far body is concerned, in our culture, body has not been neglected. It is not simply the domain of Charvakas, who have been criticized again and again for giving too much emphasis to the body. No, body has, there is a need to change the perspective. And this perspective comes from various other sources. And here, there is a Dehastha Devata Chakra Stotram in Kashmir Shaivism composed by Acharya Abhinavgupta. And there he says that Deho Devalaya, Deh kya hai? Devalaya hai, Devata ka vaas hai. So this is not an inferior thing. So it has to be protected. It has to be made purified. You know, because this is the Sarir Madhyam Khalu Dharma Sadhanam, as Kalidas says. This body, physical body itself is an instrument to perform various acts of dharma. So that's very, very important. And in this way, this body is an embodiment of all devatas, all great divine powers. And this is how this body has been visualized, particularly in our Tantra culture, Tantra literature. Abhinavgupta is a great representative, master exponent of this system. As you know, Kashmir Shaivism emanates from the Agamic sources, Shaiv Shakta Agama, and Prativigya Darshan or Trika Darshan, as it is popularly known, puts great emphasis to this physical body also. Okay, and then the final part, I think I have 5 minutes more. I will conclude. A journey through Kashmir Shaiv Yoga. There are multiple traditions of yoga, not just Ashtangic yoga, as it is popularly known as Patanjali yoga. That's a great tradition, great text. Yoga Sutra is a great text. Nobody is going to contest that. But at the same time, it will be equally beneficial to know the other yoga traditions, as we have in Kashmir Shaivism, Shaiv Yoga, or Bauddha Yoga, or let us say in Vaishnava tradition, Vishnu Samhita, etc. There are other yoga traditions available, and all are equally important. We should try to incorporate in our syllabus or in our discussion. Kashmir Shaiv Yoga admits only 6 limbs, 6 anga. It's not yam, niyam, and asan. These are not included in the yoga anga, but 5 are same as we enumerate in Patanjali Yoga Darshanam. 5 plus 1, and this 1 is called Tarka or Sattarka. Sattarka. So there are other traditions, as you see in Bauddha Tantra. You have the text Guhya Samaj Tantra. Enumerates Pratyahar, Dhyan, Pranayam, Dharana, Anusmriti, and Samadhi. So Anusmriti is something distinctive. Anusmriti means remembering, recalling the previous Buddhas and Bodhisattvas. Because if we keep on thinking about such noble persons, such noble characters, such noble themes, our mind becomes liberated. You know, we don't see any duality, and in this way, samadhi becomes easier, in the sense that there is no opposition. You can excel on that path very well. Bhagavad Gita, in his Bhaskar Bhashya, again, Pratyahar, the Yoganga which are enumerated are Pratyahar, Dhyan, Pranayam, Dharana, Tarka, again Tarka, and Samadhi. In the same way, Kashmir Shaiva philosophy enumerates Pranayam, Dhyan, Pratyahar, Dharana, Tarka, and Samadhi. This enumeration is given by Jairath, a commentator of Tantralok. Tantralok, as you know, that is a kind of encyclopedic text of Acharya Abhinavgupta. So Jairath has written a commentary called Vivek on this. So he enumerates these 6 limbs of yoga. Then in Vishnu Shamhita also, pranayam, pratyahara, dharana, tarka, samadhi, dhyan. In the same way, but out of these 6 limbs, and please keep in mind that though they are not enumerating yam, niyam, and asana, they are not rejecting it. They are simply saying that these are not the antarik anga, antaranga nahi hai. Ye bahya anga hai yoga ke. They are exterior to yoga. Maybe useful for body and mind, but actual yoga begins after that. So this is how they have the understanding. And among these 6 limbs of yoga, according to Shaivacharyas, Abhinavgupta, Jairath, and others, this tarka is considered to be the Uttam Yogang, the most important one, and that's why it just to distinguish it from common tarka, as we studied in Buddhist logic or Nyaya philosophy, they use it as they use the term Sat Tarka, Sadagam, Sadgurupadesh. These 3 are very, very important component to excel into. Shaiva philosophy of Kashmir gives equal importance to Shastra as well as sadhana. So you can understand the yoga tradition is very, very powerful in this system as well. So Malini Vijaya Tantra and Tantra Lok, both these important texts declare that Tarka is the most important yoganga. And to achieve one's own self, to relocate one's own self, one has to undergo through 4 upayas. These are called Anupaya, Shambha Upaya, Shaktopaya, and Anavupaya. These 4 upayas are discussed in a text like Tantralok and Tantrasar, that is an abridgment of the same text by Acharya Abhinavgupta himself. So Anupaya, I just take up Anupaya and conclude this because my time is up. Anupaya, where there is a little effort required or no effort required, because it is sometimes granted by the will of Sadguru, by Shiva himself. Shiva becomes the Guru, and we don't know. There is no fixed pattern. So Anupaya also leads us to Sahaj Upaya, effortless meditation. And that's why this became very, very important. And in the medieval Bhakti poetry, you have this Sahajiya Sampradaya, Sahaj. And this is very, very important concept, not only in philosophy and yoga, but also in art, effortlessness. That's a great virtue. That's a great, I think, achievement. And what is the experience of the self in this upaya, anupaya? I just read one small passage from Abhinavgupta and from his Tantrasar and conclude this. He says that Kaschatra upaya, ki wahan upaya bhi kya hai? There is no upaya, there is no requirement of any instrument, because the sadhak is located now in that vast consciousness, Chidambaram, in this vast consciousness of the self. And then he says that Tasmat samasta midam ekam chinamatra tattvam kalena akalitam. There the sadhak is located in this universal consciousness, and that consciousness cannot be computed or divided by kala, time. Deshena aparichinnam, it cannot be covered by space. It cannot be upadhirvir mlanam. It cannot be designated as something. Akritarvir anyantritam. No generic shape can control it. Sabdairas asandishtam. No word, no language can express it. Pramanera prapanchitam. No means of knowledge can be so competent which can make it available. So all these are incompetent to compute or to make that Supreme Self available to us. But Anupaya is such a upaya through which the sadhak or the experiencer pramata is located in this vast consciousness, where there is no duality. And then he says that Swacheva Swarupa Labha Nimittam Cha Swatantram. There is complete freedom, Ananda Ghanam. That is the source of blissfulness, dense blissfulness. There is no scope for even a drop of other things there. Ananda Ghanam Tattvam and Tadeva Cha Aham, so am I. This is the locating of oneself through this Anuttar Prakriya, Anuttar Yoga, that is also known as Shaiva Yoga. And this is how one can achieve, even without making too much effort. The yoga is defined here in Jnana Bhairav, a Kashmir yoga text. Yatra yatra manastushti manastatraiva dharye. Wherever your mind gets satisfaction, hold your mind there. Tatra tatra parananda swarupam sampravartati. From there itself, that Supreme Self will manifest itself. That is the source of all blissfulness. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity and sharing my thought with you. So much. Thank you a lot, all of you.
Thank you so much, sir, for this wonderful lecture. You have packed a lot of information into a short time. Now, I would like to request Sudeep sir to introduce Professor Sushil Dubey.
Please unmute him. Jayanti ma'am, please could you unmute Sudeep sir?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Professor Rajneesh, for such an eloquent talk. I mean, I asked a question, but that's okay. So I'm very pleased to introduce Professor Sushil Dubey ji today. Sir is a professor at Department of Philosophy at Navnalanda Mahavihar University, which is affiliated with the Ministry of Culture, Government of India. Professor Dubey has for his credit publication of 14 books, 41 research papers, 10 radio talks on yoga, 1 television broadcast on Surya Namaskar to EduSet. He has also delivered around 55 invited talks, and he's been a resource person, chair, valedictory addresses in national and international programs, and he has also spoken in different capacities in around 91 online programs. Professor Dubey is managing editor of ICPR Hindi Sanskrit journal Darshanam. So Professor Dubey has received the Best Book Award on his book Kautilya Arthashastra from ABDP and honor certificates from National Institute of Yoga. Professor Dubey's significant academic research contributions include, there's a 5-volume series, 4 survey on study and research in philosophy in India published by ICPR, a 3-volume series in philosophy and value, 6 book on yoga, and their online work encompasses a concise encyclopedia of yoga, chanting of entire Patanjali Yoga Sutra, and many more. So, sir, we welcome you, Professor Sushil Dubey.
Thank you so much, Sudeep ji, for introducing me and this very significant program. And as we have been listening, the so depthful, insightful by Professor Balram Singh ji and of course Professor Rajneesh Mishra ji. Both have given a new height and dimensions of discussion in this current program, which is being organized as a 2-day international webinar on health, happiness, and well-being, which is not only but immediate, but and also for all of us, in which we all time we live and with which we act and with which every activities, every our aspirations, fulfillment are ensured with our well-beingness from the beginning to the end. So a journey through yoga, which is the very significant title, and I pay my honor and respect to the principal of this college, Professor Swati Palji, under whose leadership this program also being envisaged by the program coordinator, very respected Dr. Jayanti ji, and of course the organizing committee, all members of the department and student coordinators and very distinguished here all gathered our participants. The topic which I have chosen to discuss today on that we have the National Education Policy 2020, where our directions, selections, as well as our national integrity, national progress, national our well-beingness, that is all health and happiness. There are several passages, several quotes, as well as clauses. So I have chosen my presentations from there, and from Anuttar Yoga to the from several other ways that is we can explore and we can implement all those things which are envisaged in our literature, our ancient treasure, and thousands of years old our journey of Bharatvarsh, where we have discovered Ayurveda, where we have discovered yoga, not only from the one system, but to the several systems, that how we can implement and how we can accumulate, how we can get directed, and how we can authoritatively refer to that. We need to have such kind of a syllabi, such kind of a curriculum, as well as our directions for teaching and learning should be in that way where our this policy is telling. So I just like to begin a presentation on that. It is visible to all.
Yes, sir.
Yes, yes.
So this is where we are, and from here the topic health, happiness, well-being, and yoga. And I make my invocation to the Nalanda, the famous ancient place of learning, still in our national education policy. 3 times it has been referred. And also I'm just near to this place, only hardly few kilometers. Let us, I pay my invocation to the Maharishi Patanjali. Yogena chittasya padena vacham malam sharirasya cha vaidikena yo apam karu tat pravaram munina Patanjali pranjali ranitash. With this invocation to the Nalanda as well as Maharishi Patanjali, we have 4 parts in our national education policy, and from school and higher and other key areas, that is some points to the how it should or how we can make our collective endeavor to make it happen, because from government top level, from the Honorable President of India to the general, our teacher, to the students, together we are going to make it happen, provided we have had a clear understanding as well as our own that we want, what we want to get it. So with this lines here, I'm just enumerating here well-being, happiness, yoga, and healthy, such kind of occurrence that we do find in our national education policy. And the principle of this policy, as we have all been so many programs have been hearing about it, it is talking about life and life skills as a holistic educations across science, social science, humanities, sports, and other branches. That is the integrity of all knowledge, and a very significant this word yoga, as it is not limited to arts, or it is not limited to science, or it's not limited to medical science or management. All fields are reverberating of its need. So this is how this word is yoga, and I begin with the well-being. I think from here, Professor Rajneesh Mishra ji, from his whole entire talking, he was referring to several rich, our ancient resources, and as a totality of where we can see that how we can be, we can come upon to the one juncture or point where is a totality of our existence can be felt and experienced and realized. Perhaps in modern scenario, the well-being word, which is also taken in the definition of health by the WHO, as well as successively it's a revision since 1948-49 onwards to its Ottawa Charter and onwards to 84, and the WHO has successively came upon to this well-beingness and positive health concepts. So in this vision of this policy, of this national education policy, deep-rooted pride in being Indian, and so many times it has been explicated clearly by our Professor Balram Singh ji, as well as our Professor Rajneesh Mishra ji, and an entire other significant speaker of this seminar, this webinar. And this should not only be in thought, but in spirit, intellect, deeds, as well as develop knowledge, skills, values, dispositions. And these dispositions, these are the activity part. And Dr. Jayanti ji is continually organizing workshop of yoga where a practical learning or something that we can grip within ourselves, that we have found positive changes in our day-to-day practices, in our day-to-day feeling and healing of our health and harmony. So this is how the policy is giving a passage for us to go and move forward and to rest upon where we are oneness with our health, harmony, happiness, as well as well-being. And this can be taken from the various resources, and resources doesn't mean that we have just to refer them or just to quote them, but to realize them. They have been realized, and it is simple and very clear to say something which survived only on the basis of that in successive generations it has been realized, has been experienced, and therefore they have passed on to their next generation, like that in our present scenario, like what we understand something as it is appealing to us, and we forward in our this social form. In the same way, in our generational truth, experience and realized platform, they have been nurtured and passed through the thousands of years to us. So this has been starting of the vision of this policy, and it says development and living and global well-being, where we say Sarve Bhavantu Sukhina, Sarve Santu Niramaya. So this is how it is coming, and thereby reflecting a truly global citizens. So this well-beingness incorporates not only the general or our own feeling, but to a kind of Brahmanubhuti, up to that, where a sensitization, what we are doing with such kind of, if we just discussing on this platform, we are sensitizing, and this is the beginning point. And this is the initiation point that one tends to go and further realize them, what are being discussed, what are being explicated. So this is the sensitization. It starts with our own thinking of our mind, then own re-revealing, and then realizing. And this sensitization further, like the Buddha from Nalanda, this is the place where the Lord Buddha, this is the Gaya, Bodh Gaya, the place where he realized this sensitization, which gives a chance to know what the knowing, willing, and feeling of others. and thereby the persons become the karuna, thereby the persons become to do something, whatever the good or well-being to the others. And this well-being is a composite thing which comprises not the single entity but the all together entity. So this is how it is there, and a vast a comprehensive phenomena in a vision of our policy. And it is starting with the primary education, where the learning from the very beginning of the childhood care and education, that is the ECCE, from better overall learning, their development and well-being. So the promotion target aims and objectives and goals from the very learning has been envisaged like this. And further in clause 4.8, it is talking about the need to integrate sports. Earlier, unfortunately, since 1995, when yoga has been envisaged in university education system through the Department of Human Consciousness and Yogic Sciences, at least 15 places in our few universities. And unfortunately, they could not develop and remains sometimes somewhere under the Department of Physical Education. And in our last policy also, this is National Education Policy, this yoga was something equated or taken more near to the physical education. So here it is modified and more realistic and guided situations, that is we are integrating, but in a way that holistic development by promoting physical and psychological well-being, while also enhancing cognitive abilities. And onward to that, we have seen like various clubs. So health and well-being clubs, yoga clubs, where we can clubbed means we can get togetherness over like the yoga classes. They are like we are uniting and we are feeling it together, and how the positive energy, how a kind of a union not only within oneself but a together practice of asanas, together practice of the Omkar chanting, a kind of impressions on our body, mind and soul is depicted. So in a simple, as we see from direct from the words to the inner course of its happening of well-being, and ensuring that such kind of modern like club, but maintaining the spirit of ancient science or practices or heritage. This is now continuity in our national education policy. And quality university and colleges that we do see and hear, higher education an extremely important role in promoting human as well as societal well-being, and in developing India as envisioned in its constitutions, so democratic several values like socially conscious, cultured, and humane nations, upholding liberty, equality, fraternity, and justice for all. So if we again see this word well-being, means unless these liberty, equality, fraternity, these are all, we will find them together there, and they're only after happening or ensuring the sustainable and economic development of a nation. So these all components have been enumerated. And optimal learning environment and support for our students. Last but not least, the development of capacities that promote students' wellness, such as fitness, good health, psychosocial well-being, and sound ethical grounding. How in the yoga, as we all in the field of philosophy, a lot of talking about the Sattva, Parigraha, and Brahmacharya, and Sauncha, Santosh, Tapaswadhyaya, Ishwar Pranidhanani. So this ethical, that is the internal as well as the external, as well as the mental purities, and entire cohesive Tanabana, which we see as a cosmos, as a Rit, concept of Rit. These are all there. And they are the critical for the high quality learning, and this learning is again making a global truly citizen. And if we see forward more, then the student from socio-economically disadvantaged backgrounds and their successful transition to higher education in university and college, thus by adequate funds. All these things have been taken in consideration. Their physical, psychological, as well as the counselor, their need and counseling, and a lot of potential in philosophy is there for the counseling, because a philosopher, while we are talking philosophy as a wisdom, and this wisdom, just like in Jain tradition, there are several distinguished characteristics have been talked in the how by just seeing the face of a person, and how we can know about the several features and characteristic traits of that their personality. As well as I was talking about the sensitivity. If a person is in a way the person is sensitive, he is going to get senses the one who is coming to nearby. And if he is really with the sattvic gunas, then automatically outflow to make the help of him, to healing of him, and to make him rather more taking care of his wellness, automatically it goes. And this is how the ensuring physical, psychological, and emotional well-beings can be restored, can be achieved, and can be maintained. And truly the philosophy people, I'm not telling the particularly subject philosophy, but a person who has realized philosophy, of course the dharma is included, like our Professor Rajneesh Mishra ji has told about the very significant word dharanam and dhriti and dhiyo. These are all there, and this sensitization is related with this, how much we have had own such kind of various several emotional and psychological experiences of life, so that one can become the Buddha, bodha yukta. So these are there, and this well-being include and encompasses all such kind of things. So I'm just relating with well-being, the key our focus point of today's discussion. And as we see in the other key areas of focus in our national education policy, part 3, it says the promotion, how we can promote, and this is not something to be promoted, but to sensitize, to realize, and automatically it is to outflow from us to others. And this, if we give the word promotions, then Indian art and culture is important, not only for the nation, but also for the individual. Cultural awareness and expressions are among the major competencies considered important to develop in children. And if it is to be developed, and if it is to be sensitized in a proper way, their learning and their ability to learning, their dharana shakti, their dharma, knowledge of the dharma will become the sound. And this dharma has nothing to do with the kind of religion, but the ability to bear upon the sustainability of not only his own experience, but the energy levels, but also expansion of consciousness up to the unlimited source of knowing and feeling and willing. In another word, how much one can grow upon up to the level and spirit and potentiality one has. So the sense of identity, belongingness, as well as an appreciation of other culture and identities, these are the words have been spoken in our national education policy. And cultural history, arts, language, tradition, and building a positive cultural identity and self-esteem. So a societal well-being is envisaged and spoken there, and we should relate and we should propagate and we should this actually require yoga sadhana. Is not something like that one has to go into the very hard place or do something very hard. Hard simply means that we have to inculcate, we have to regenerate, we have to within ourselves generate the qualities which is not having. And it could be a kind of tapas, like in a very straightforward example of iron. It can be given any shape, it can be given any size, provided it is given a kind of temperature where it will get melt, and then it will get the size, like in any kind of metal. So the mental within us can be made to absorb, to become, and to grow up to the any level, any extent by the mode and medium and the process of tapas. This is how the one word has been spoken, tapas, swadhyaya, and ishwar pranadhani. These are the Kriya Yoga, and it has been defined in the Patanjali Yoga Sutra as the Kriya Yoga. So for the Madhyam Sadhak, they have been advised, and for the Uttam Sadhak only these Abhyas and Vairag, because they have fulfilled themselves all qualities. So they are the Uttam Sadhak, and this is the Madhyam, and for the Adham Sadhak, there is the Ashtanga Yoga starting from the Yam Niyam to the Samadhi. So this well-beingness, let us move forward in the national education policy, and between the line which we can grip and explicate further, being here together. All kinds of financial support will be provided, various critical elements and components of education, such as ensuring universal access, learning, resources, nutritional support, matters of student safety and well-being. So whatever we are, I mean to bring upon the national education policy and clauses also with this aim. If we are making some our syllabi, some our course program, so they are there from which we can approach to the funding agencies or to the our authorities or to the because the pivotal of our furtherance of education onward to 2020 of this NEP shall be based upon this national education policy. The funding, finance, and academic guidelines as well as policy shall be based upon that. So if we have really will and sensitization and our emotions as well as our learning of the yoga and achievement in the yoga, realization of the yoga and propagation of the yoga, we can make our efforts with these lines of these policies and make it further. And let us move further to one clause where happiness and well-being together they are occurring. This is 22.3. So here the togetherness of these two words, and now I'm coming to the yoga and knowledge of India in 4.27 clause, and the Indian knowledge system. In so many places now it is being discussed also, including tribal knowledge, indigenous and traditional way of learning, and will be covered including the mathematics, astronomy, philosophy, yoga, architecture, medicine, agriculture, so on and so forth. As I was telling, this yoga doesn't mean that it is in philosophy or it is in medicine, but wherever we are, because if I'm allowed to show, means there is time, then I can show the PhD which have happened, that is the doctorate degree in Indian scenario with the word, with the topic yoga. They have been in AIMS, they have been in NIMHANS, they have been in even home sciences, as well as in across almost 130 different kind of disciplines and places where their research have been in up till the 2000 means in current status I cannot give, but in last 100 years there have been numerous doctorate degree in across the discipline. And yoga syllabi also, if we see, means what is being taught in diploma as well in MA courses, either it is the yogic sciences or human sciences and yogic sciences and human consciousness. We have the paper of nutrition, we have the paper of Ayurveda, we have the paper of psychology, we have the paper of naturopathy, and as well as the philosophy, as well as the text, as well as the all human, our musculoskeletal system to all systems of yoga, that is the physiology, and also its relation with several other branches, Sanskrit also, arts and literature, aesthetics. So this is how the syllabi of the yoga is defined, although it traditionally, since inceptions of Indian university education system, since 1857 onwards to the Allahabad University, onward to several other places, as I have also written the history and development of philosophy in our country, as well as one book on yoga, also the study and research of yoga in Indian university system. So this is how it is growing in our university education system, this study of philosophy and how it is shifted and various branches of learning came out. So anyway, not too much time to elaborate or enlarge it. So in teacher education system also, teach for the teachers, also in primary education system, well-being clubs and yoga clubs all have been discussed with the yoga clubs also. And internationalization. It is how we have in international scenario, a lot of our students, although for last 2 years due to Corona pandemic, they could not move to the country for higher education, and a lot of money also our countries and going to the USA, Canada, and Australia, and so many countries. And the large number of more than 4,000 universities, the number one in numbers there in USA, and second one is the China, and more than 2,000 universities, and we have the more than around 1,000 universities, the third one in world globally. Even then we are not able to make our education system and those things which we have generated the knowledge by thousands of years of our practice, particularly the yoga and Ayurveda, that we should internationalize it, so that from international scenario, all those who wants to learn and earn their learning, they should come, they should see as India as a potential and rich place where the true knowledge and experiential knowledge can be gained. So this is how the clause is indicating to us. Rich culture, our history, our modern India, and internationally relevant curricula needs to be prepared. And in the last other 3 areas to the focus, that is the professional education. This is how it is important. This clause is there, which is placing in modern medicine system to the equivalent to the Ayush, where it is telling that both vice versa, means modern medicine system, allopathic medicinal education must have a basic understanding of this Ayush, that is Ayurveda, Yoga, Naturopathy, Unani, Siddha, and homeopathy, and vice versa. There shall also be a much greater emphasis on preventive health care and community medicine in all forms of healthcare education. And this preventive healthcare is very, very, very important, because our entire growth and glory was there where we can prevent. And this is how the system of Ayurveda was developed. And this is how the yoga is also developed, that we have several homegrown our masala or recipe in our kitchen. So we are using, this is the largest kind of home remedial and that medicinal system we are having in each Indian household items, and proper knowledge of it. So also in the same way, a kind of from the morning getting up from the bed, where three pranayam is to be done before coming out of the bed. Our swar, nostril, they are to be properly maintained, so that after that we should keep our feet on the earth, and with what kind of mentality, what kind of mind and moods, where bhumi like we are the child or children of them, so that if we are doing any wrong or any erroneous, we should be forgiven. With this kind of verse we are starting, and what kind of our emotional well-beingness are being preserved with these things. And same also with our all sacramentals and our religious, if we not say all kinds of our activities, and those which are reinforcing various several occasions, vrat, upvas, they are there in the puja also. That three pranayama means making our mind right, our brain and left brain, its balance, and in a composite our position of mind body, we should initiate each and everything. This how is it has been envisaged, and this was there with this our three Vedas, which we are our energies of lot ups and downs in our Indian scenario, and how we can be more vital with this vrit, this upvas, and our life and internal more energy is to make compensate, to make our own this immunity system, pratirodha kshamata. So this all needs to be invited, invoked within our mind, so that in mental, that is the well-being, we are pivotal, we are gripped with that well-being consciously. And in that way, this consciously, either we can find out remedial from our food system, or with our dhyana system, or with our tapascharya system, or our sandhya vrata system. We can do it and we can reinforce it. And this is how the 100 years of life were seen, and for say, that is from the ashramas have been envisaged. So this internationalization and its what are the we can propagate to the other countries, to the other people, and its benefits as an overall composite and exclusive and holistic benefits. These have been envisaged, and there are the clauses here in language, art, and promotions. Again, several things have been spoken and stated in our national education policy. Practicing yoga and meditation, being inspired by Indian philosophy, participating in India's unique festivals, appreciating India's diverse music and art, so on and so forth. And again, the same clause. So I am just seeing how much time is left, because already it is over. So I will quickly finish it so that Dr. Jayanti, we should also listen. She has been for a period of a month arranging the program. So many plays on the health, on national education policy. I will take only 1 minute to finish this. And from the health, quality education, healthcare, preventive healthcare, community medicine, global challenges in the area of health and education. These have been from the pages to pages about the so much emphasis on the health. These are the definition of the health. This Ottawa chapter 1984. From it is shifted from the positive concept of health in general to the physical, mental, and social well-being, which was there in the 1948, and successively it is in 86. It is everyday life. So how the well-being is important. This is the Swas Darshan Swayam Mein Avasthit. Every time ensuring from a general day-to-day life to the a very sound philosophy of health, to the Brahmacharya, to the Brahmanubhuti. So Ahar, Nidra, and Brahmacharya in Sutra Sthanam of Charak Samhita, lot of, and these are the simple definition in Sutra Samhita. And onward to this very important Ahar Shuddhau Sattu Shuddhi Sattu Shuddhau Dhruva Smriti and Smriti Lambit Sarva Granthi Nam Moksha, something which we should carry with all of us in our lives in order to realize the path of this growing of consciousness and enlarging our consciousness, where everything is occurring, the true knowledge, the Sattvic Vritti. It's the invocation in each Upanishads we find. This Brahmarpanam, Brahmahavi, and Brahma Karma Samadhina. So all kind of this our duties, our activities in Bhagavad Gita. And so I will now move very fast to the end of this happiness, the word. And as we see, gross national happiness and gross domestic happiness, several efforts are being made in international scenario to make it more objective way of doing. So with this, I think I should make this Shri Krishnarpanam Yastu Idam Namam. With this spirit, I think I will end this slideshow, and coming back to this back to the organizer, that this program is kind of a Ganga, where all Sangam that we are making with various discussions, but we should make its all that every 4 years that we are holding the great event of this Amrit, that we should give the Yoga Ganga to all. Amrit, I mean to say, that is the Samadhi state, if one is interested. So that will be a really yoga from a general yogasan to the final state, which is there in Indian heritage and culture. So with this humble mind, namaskar to all. Dhanyavad, Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Thank you so much, sir, for such an insightful lecture. Now, I would like to introduce Dr. Jayanti P. Sahu. Dr. Jayanti P. Sahu is the Associate Professor and Head of Department of Philosophy, Janki Devi Memorial College, University of Delhi. She has 21 years of teaching experience. She has presented several papers in international and national level seminars. She also has the publication of a book and other various articles to her credit. To mention a few, The article titled The Upanishadic Views on Self, World and Morality, an assessment with special reference to Arthur Schopenhauer. Article titled Schopenhauer on Self, World and Morality. Article titled Kierkegaard's Notion of Subjectivity and Assessment. She received an honorary certificate from Dr. T.P. Shashikumar, the head of Social Craft Foundation. She is associated with various co-curricular and extracurricular programs. To mention a few, she is Deputy Coordinator of NC-Web, General Secretary of Center for Career Counseling, Career Opportunities and Skill Enhancement, JDMC, and the Program Officer for NSS JDMC. She is also member of Academic Excellence Committee Program Coordinator for the regular yoga courses and numerous add-on courses that the Department of Philosophy offers, and is a coordinator of the annual Department of Philosophy. Thank you so much, gentlemen.
Yes, thank you for your kind words. So first of all, I would like to my heartfelt gratitude to and heartfelt thanks to my principal, distinguished speakers across India and outside India, all participants, our students, my department, administrative officers, and everybody for their sincere participation and cooperation. And my sincere apology to Professor Rajneesh Shukla, Vice Chancellor, Warta University. And these are the two things which I would like to say, which we learn from the Indian traditions. There are many things we learn from the traditions, and that is the provided that is why I thought of taking this topic. Last few years, I was so disturbed looking at the way the society is moving, the way the students are moving. So that was the reason why I thought introducing the concept of happiness, which is there within the all Indian philosophical systems, and many things, many positive things, as many of our speakers have already said many things. So I don't think something is left with me. But since I like my traditions so much, is there, as Professor Rajneesh Mishra also said, relocating, it's the time to relocate ourselves and to go back to the tradition and see the positive things which are there and we can give to the younger generation. So the whole idea of this seminar was to connect the people across the globe, so as much as possible. And if we can do and somebody else can do, so that way we can change the whole world. The Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, the whole idea will be successful. So my topic of discussion will be slightly, because I love Vedanta philosophy. So, and also Madhyamik Buddhism and other Indian philosophical systems. So my discussion will be something related to the Vedanta perspectives and understanding of happiness and well-being through the concept of self in Upanishad and Vedanta. So I would like to make a presentation. So I'm sure that all of you will you want to remain in the state of happiness. All of you will choose the first photographs, not the second one. So here we have a common agreement. That means there is something which is present to all living beings. And what is that? For me, that is the self or the Brahma. So let's have a journey through the notion of self, through which we can remain healthy mentally and physically and happy. We can always, when I read the Indian philosophical systems, I used to make a distinction between pleasure, happiness, and the bliss. So, and I found that there are 3 stages of experience in life. Some point of time we are Charvak, giving emphasis on the pleasure is the ultimate goal of life. And then we move towards the kind of higher stage, the self-satisfaction, doing something, helping the people, achievements, so material achievements, success in your professional career. So that can be equated with happiness in the lower level. And when we go back to the transcendental experience, something, an experience of surrendering your ego, so something, or gratitude, doing, giving respect or listening to others and taking some kind of positive things in the life. So I feel that is the highest state of happiness or the kind of bliss. So there is no ego, there is no desire for anything. So that is how I understand the concept of happiness is something different from the, you can say that something different from the utilitarian concept of happiness, Neil and Bentham, that maximum happiness of the maximum number, or it is a kind of consequentialist approach. Result depends on the kind of result of your action. Not even the happiness which I am talking is a Kantian happiness, which makes some kind of categorical imperative to follow. That you said, one example, doing your duties, keeping the promises. These are not the things which I am talking about. I'm talking a different kind of happiness altogether, which is a kind of the Vedanta notion of happiness, that a kind of knowing yourself and knowing that others are also the part of the similar kind of experience also is having with the others also. So that kind of happiness, self-surrender, understanding your ego, understanding whole mechanism of mind and body through a Gyan Yoga, Karma Yoga and Bhakti Yoga. So that is a kind of happiness I'm talking about here, not the Charvak's theory of happiness, not other theories of happiness. So you may be rich and someone is poor. But if we compare the rich person, the happiness model always will be followed by either Mill's concept of happiness or Bentham's. But a poor person, he or she may not have anything, but he or she has a self-satisfaction. So how much you are self-satisfied your life, that is a kind of major concern in today's society. The contemporary problems, people have everything, mechanical life, but still they are not happy. So how do we achieve that state of happiness? The answer to this question you find from Ishopanishad, which says that Yasavasyam idam sarvam yat kinchit jagatyam jagatya tena tektena bhunjita magrida kasya vidhanam. So many people are just not satisfied with their life. So if we are satisfied our life and whatever achievement we are having, and not looking at others, that how much money they are carrying, so maybe we can satisfy ourselves, and that is the kind of things is required in today's context. Or maybe if we go by the Nagarjuna's method of understanding the life or the happiness theory. So he said that astiti nastiti ube piyanta suddhi asuddhi me piyanta ube anta vivarjyate madhyapi sthanam na karoti pandita. So something which exists or something which doesn't exist, I'm not saying ube piyanta, we should end that theory, that whether the Buddha is right or something which Charvak is right, or something which is Islam is right or Christianity is right. So we should end in a different sense, in the sense of indescribable. Suddhi or Suddhi imeti anta. So that also, which you said, pure and impure, that also you should end, because many of the problems lies only accepting or a particular ideology or particular perspectives in life. And that is what I like Nagarjuna. He said that Ubhe anta vibhajyate. We should not have logic that this is either or, and we should not have madhyampi sthanam na karoti pandita. So beautifully he has brought out the fourfold logic of the postmodern philosophy. You can say that postmodernism in his that a thing exists, a thing doesn't exist, a thing either exist or not exist, a thing neither exists nor non-exist. So that means he beautifully criticized that I'm not saying that Charvak exists, Upanishad, self exists. I'm not saying that self doesn't exist, matter exists. Charvak is also wrong. I'm not saying that Jain and Buddha, Jain and the Sadvada theory, which is exist and not exist. I'm not saying that earlier Buddhism, which says that there is a middle path. Buddha has said that neither eternalism nor nihilism. So I'm trying to go beyond this fourfold logic, and that is possible only when you are having the highest kind of knowledge, that is called the pragya, and that is called nisobhavyata in Nagarjuna's philosophy. And many of the problems will be resolved, that health issues, and health is because we are having ego, and we are having a kind of perspective which we do not want to leave that. So that is how, if you are in that state, then you can't achieve the success in the life, or never you will achieve happiness. That is my understanding. Maybe I am wrong. So that is, and the Vedanta taught us, so far I understood Vedanta, that you find there are two things Vedanta is talking about. That one is the metaphysical explanation of the theory of the self, and there is an epistemological understanding of the self. And if you go by the metaphysical explanation of the self, so you find there is a they are talking about a witness consciousness, Sakshi Chaitanya, and which is pure consciousness and Sachidananda Brahma. Then 108 Upanishads have given the definition of the self, which is something which is Satyam Jnanam Anantam Brahmam Eka Ekamayava Adityam, so which is one and which is pure. So this witness consciousness is within us, and there is another process created by this witness consciousness in order to understand the problem of the world, and the problem of the world and the problem of mind, body, and the sense organs. So in that sense, this is something which is pure, and this is also within us, and this also, the impurities are also within us. That Vritti Chaitanya or modal consciousness mind, and which the Sankaracharya said that Brahma Satya Jagat Mithya Jive Brahmaiva Napara. So this world is a falsity. So this has been created by us, that we said that this is the reality, but this is not the reality. But as long as we are in the we are in the state of Maya or illusion, or some kind of problem of identity, or problem of ego, problem of anger, greediness, all these things are arising due to that you are having the attachment to the material world. And once you, so the interesting part within the Vedanta metaphysics is that they are saying that when I said, who am I? What is my existence? And my existence being defined by myself only. And that is if you find a kind of similarities between the similarities when I said that should not we understand that exact the thinking process of the Indian mind and Western mind is similar. But if you go to the existentialist tradition, then you find phenomenological tradition. They also talk about the subjectivism, and they talk about that there is a consciousness which makes you realize what is happening around you. And if you want to change through the commitment, through responsibility, you can change yourself by removing the impurities from your mind and the sense organs. You can reach to the state of self-realization, and that is what the witness consciousness is. So you are basically you are good, but because there is a kind of the covering, so you have accepted what you are not. And that is how the whole world is moving after the what is that misguiding the people, and through various ideologies. And there are many problems is arising because of finiteness, duality, plurality, because mind in Indian tradition is something which very fluctuate, and something which is impure, something is not having a kind of taking a kind of strong decision, indecisive. But being close to the self, if we go by the Vedant Paribhasa of Dharmaraj Dwarindra, and if we read the theory of perception, he said that in Vedant philosophy, perception means, when we said that I perceive something, it means it is an immediate cognition. Sakhyata pratiti pratyaksham. So that means the moment I perceive something, not through the mind or the sense organs, but through the pure self. So there is a self because of which the mind receives the knowledge or the light of the selves, and that is why sometimes mind also does something which is right. So that is what we have to understand, the mechanism of mind and body through an infinite soul, because this soul only knows that what you are, where you are wrong, and it continuously, constantly saying that something, he knows that what you are. So you don't have to give explanation to others that whether you are right or you are wrong. So you can cheat others, but you cannot cheat yourself. So that is what it is important to learn from our tradition. Then there is another thing is that, as already many of the speakers have said, that in Indian philosophy, we talk about a prayers and shreyas. Both are the kind of choice we have created in our life. So it is up to you whether you want to follow the path of the prayers or the path of the shreyas. Prayers is something which is material achievement, and throughout the life we do that, we run after that, we try to get that, and if we will not get, then there is a dissatisfaction that leads to health problems, and that leads to also, when you are doing nothing, then there are a whole lot of mental problems also arises. And many of the problems of this contemporary society are the problem of doing nothing. So that is how I learned from the TPS, Dr. TP Sasikumar sir. He is a mentor for me, that I learned many things, that you see that people, how much they are working. And this idea, that's why in this seminar, I'm grateful to all the learned speakers, that you learn so many things from them, and ultimately try to move from the empirical to transcendental, and that provides you energy to do something at the end of the day. So if you will not do and anything, so that obviously then you will not move, and your health will be always like some kind of problems will be always there. So what my point is that to understand there are many things have given by many different systems, from the Buddhism, from Sankhya Yoga, Nyaya Vaisesik, Mimamsa Vedanta. Everybody has to say something about the life, philosophy of life, how to manage your life in a good way. So there are many examples. If we learn that, then we can change. And if we not only in Indian tradition, it is a cosmocentric approach. It's not an anthropocentric approach that we are talking about. Man is at the center of the universe, but we are saying that it's the whole cosmos. Nature is important. Every single living beings are important. So that way, Indian tradition is moving from subjectivism to objectivism. First, you define yourself, then you define or refine others. So that is what is important. Then you have Kena Upanishad, then you have a simile of two birds, Pratibodha Viditam, that the concept that one is the watching and one is eating the fruits. That is what I have said already, that witness consciousness and the modal consciousness. So you know what you are, where you are wrong, but sometimes you don't listen to the self, and then the problems of the life started. So what is my submission is that if each one of you look into our own self, then many of the problems of our life will resolve. And take the only positive things and don't take any negative things from others. So we have to know the Sankhya system and the Saiva Yoga also, who have given us that what are the constituents within our mind and the body that we have never given importance to our body. So if we try to understand the mechanism of body and the mind and what these gunas are doing, what mind is doing, so many of the things will be resolved. And then we have a Panchakosa. So this also scientifically and beautifully explained that everything in this Panchamakosa, everything is interrelated. And one of the kosa is affected, then other things will be affected. अगर आपके सोच जो है अगर गलत है, तो ये जो सोच ये आपके बॉडी एंड माइंड के ऊपर उसका असर आएगा. अगर आपके माइंड एंड बॉडी कुछ काम नहीं कर रहे, फंक्शन और नेगेटिवली काम कर रहे, so definitely there will be a negative flow of the negative blood, and then whatever you will do, and that will not helpful to you. And many of the times we lost throughout the life thinking about bad things about others. So if we start surrendering our ego, and then many of the problems of the contemporary world will resolve. And this is the false ego is the source of human suffering or unhappiness, because the false ego is a product of attachment to what is non-enduring. And that is what I have learned from many of our learned speakers. And I said that the seminar is a platform where we can learn many good things from others. And that was the tradition of Guru Sisya Parampara, surrendering on Gurus. If you complete surrender and learn something, and then you can say something, and whatever I'm saying, it's because I have learned something from my Gurus. I am really grateful for that. And this is what, again, the superimposition, it is a very big factor. All life we live on this superimposition. That what the Shankaracharya said, and I also completely believe on that theory, that mistaking rope as a snake. So what we call is reality is not actually reality. And that is the reason why many of the time we are not able to reaching out to the people. And we are self-centered, and we are limited and finiteness. We have a fear to cross the boundaries. So that is what the superimposition and the Maya is. It's not that very easy concept that people said Shankaracharya has denied the world. He has never denied the world. He has never said it has that something. This process has been created by the Advaita to understand what you are. ये प्रोसेस तो मिथ्या है, ये नहीं था, आपके पास नहीं था, आपको बस दिया गया है ताकि you can understand the significance of the Brahma and the Atma. Once you understand that significance, then you will be the pure self. And then you do not have the kind of limitation, and that is what you find in Kathopanishad. That is what between the Yama and Nachiketa, the Yama said that you have to understand the continuity of the life, and that is very, if somebody is in the state of Shreyas, maybe easily understand the significance of the theory of the self, and you can achieve the infinite state of bliss, and that is what the required. So I don't have the much time, so I just don't want to read anything. I just want to say what I understood. My interpretation of Vedanta may be very limited because it's a vast knowledge. So that is a kind of, but what I understood is that as much as you try to understand yourself, many of the impurities of the mind and body you can able to remove and create a state of happiness, which is basically required. कि आप खुश है तो दुनिया खुश है जो, and that is what is in fact needed. Otherwise you can't do any work. अगर आपको काम करना है, and happiness is the ultimate goal of everybody, every human beings basically. एंड सब कुछ होते हुए भी हम खुश नहीं है, कुछ भी नहीं होता है तभी भी लोग खुश रहते हैं। हमको वही सीखना है कि कुछ भी नहीं है, स्टिल वी आर हैप्पी एंड प्रॉब्लम्स आर देयर एंड प्रॉब्लम्स एंड जो आत्मा आपके अंदर में है वो बहुत डरपोक नहीं है, बहुत कमजोर भी नहीं है। सो इसलिए इट डजंट एक्सेप्ट द ओनली it doesn't accept only good things. It also has the power to criticize and for a development, for a dialectics is always there. It's not that आत्मा जो है सिर्फ हाँ हाँ बोलता है, so not that, but आत्मा का जो power है, it has a tremendous power, infinite power, and only positive things it gives. How to differentiate between the mind and the body and the sense organs and the self, because this pure self, it only provides us the good things in the life, positive things in the life and the best things in the life. कोई भी जो गलत चीज है वो आत्मा का नहीं है, and that is how they have established the metaphysics and epistemological process is a maya. So that is her last I'll just complete that this thing with a, this is a bliss Indian mind can understand. Now the whole world is trying to understand what the Indian mind before 5,000 years back they have invented that bliss is something. आपके पास कुछ भी नहीं है, आपके पास आनंद है, आपके पास सब कुछ है, फिर भी आपके पास कुछ भी नहीं है. So this is what only Indian mind can understand. So the bliss is Brahman, and from bliss all beings are born, and bliss when born they leave, and bliss when they enter at their death. So one can get the victory over death and not to fear with the death. And so the only when you work on the theory of the self. And that is what I will complete that with the Bhagavad Gita's something that how to realize the self. So that Bhagavad Gita will say that is the only theory which tries to synthesize all the yoga's philosophy, because I was find really problem within the yoga traditions, because they only talk about these days only the practical aspects of the yoga, and there is a scientific reason for that why they are doing practice, because people are not doing any physical activities, and that's the reason many of the problems are arising, and probably that could be the reason why these days yoga becomes a kind of market oriented or a professional course, which was never there in Indian tradition from the beginning. The yoga, as Professor Susim ji also said, it's a sadhan, complete sadhan. It's only practice will not give you anything unless until you know the theory, and theory plus practice will help you really, and that's the reason why we need to have more such seminars. That is a simple, I'm thankful to ICPR for providing us financial assistance to do this seminar, and I'm thankful to everyone to have a kind of learned discussions on this field, and we need more such cooperations from all of you to have more such seminars. Thank you all. Thank you everyone.
Thank you so much, Jayanti ma'am, for this wonderful lecture. I'm confident that we all have learned something from this 2 days webinar. Now, I would like to request Aishwarya to introduce our students.
The students of Department of Philosophy, Janki Devi Memorial College, conducted a research project under the same department on health, happiness, and well-being, a journey through yoga. And they are here to present their analysis today. Among the student presenters, we have Parul Bhakar, Ishika Mishra, and Radha Tiwari. Radha will talk about health, Ishika will be addressing happiness, and Parul will conclude with her insights on well-being and the role of yoga in this. I request Radha to take over.
Aishwarya, could you please share the PPT?
Thank you, Aishwarya, for the introduction. Am I audible?
Yes.
Yes.
Yujyate anen iti yoga means which joins is yoga. Indeed, yoga has the power to join. Example to this is us coming together to celebrate this divine power through this two-day international webinar. Good evening, everyone present here. I, Radha Tiwari, is going to start with the presentation of our project on the topic Health, Happiness and Wellbeing, a journey through yoga. Next slide, please. Before starting with the presentation, I would like to take a moment to express my gratitude to all those who have helped us completing this project. Firstly, I would like to thank Dr. Jayanti P. Saho, without whose support, completing this project wouldn't have been possible. I would like to thank the research committee convener, Dr. Rajya Lakshmi and Dr. Sangeeta Gupta, along with the special thanks to our principal, Professor Swati Pal. The assistance provided by them was worthy for us to complete this project. I would also like to thank our department for conducting yoga classes for us to have a practical understanding of it. We are very thankful to all the teachers for their valuable remarks and feedback, which helped us develop this project. Now coming to the presentation, I'll start with the aim. Next slide, please. So the aim of the project is to understand the importance of one's health, happiness, and well-being, and how they are codependent on each other. Through this project, we have also tried to establish a journey of health, happiness, and well-being through yoga. Well, to establish this journey, we must have a clear understanding of health. Next slide. What is health? Health is a resource to support an individual function in a wider society, rather than an end in itself. Good health refers to development of full body and power of a person. Also, good health is the science of our holistic well-being. So the next topic is significances of good health. Next slide. A healthy individual is someone with complete well-being of his entire body, including well-functioning of organs, sleeping soundly, staying energetic and enthusiastic all the time. Maintaining good health is significant in order to live our life free from stress and diseases. In short, healthy lifestyle provides the means to lead our life healthier and happier. Next slide. So how can we achieve good health? We can achieve good health by following laws of good health and hygiene rigidly, by following sattvic diet, by observing moderation in eating and drinking, by relaxing our brain every once in a while, by thinking and speaking positively, and by meditating and practicing yoga. Considering the fact that there are numerous viral and bacterial diseases that may emerge contemporarily any day, we must know how to take all the precautions to take care of ourselves from being affected by them. Example is the sudden outburst of coronavirus in the year 2020. Moving on to the next slide, good health and happiness. Aristotle, the ancient Greek philosopher, said that happiness is the meaning and purpose of life, the whole aim and end of human existence. For our existence, our happiness is very important, as various research suggests when a person is happy, they naturally intake proper diet. And when a person is happy, healthy, their state of happiness multiplies instinctively. So we can say that one's health and happiness are codependent on each other. Well, to establish this codependency, next is my friend Ishika, who will be proceeding with the topic, what is happiness? Over to you, Ishika.
Thank you so much, Radha. So first of all, Zoom has decided not to cooperate with me today. So if at any point of the session I get disconnected, or if you think that my audio is not audible, I'll just continue with my phone. Moving on, I want to begin by wishing our distinguished speakers, respected teachers, and beloved participants a very happy evening, mostly because I'm going to address happiness in my talk. I admit I feel like a newbie here because since yesterday we have had excellent, experienced speakers talking about happiness. And needless to say, it feels really great that we have such eminent personalities to spread the light of their wisdom. Why I say I feel like a newbie is because the presentations that we have had since yesterday could have taken years of research and experience to take the form of a proper thought and theory. I or my teammates, on the other hand, are still on our quest for happiness. Sure, we have a few statistics from here and a few theories from there, but to understand and truly research happiness and well-being, we require the unbreakable and unquestionable weapon called experience. Because unlike a material quantity, happiness is an emotion, a rather complicated emotion in my short experience of living, however simple or fancy or normalized it may sound. I will not quote spiritual texts like our brilliant speakers did because I am unqualified to do so, but I will try to articulate my thoughts as clearly as possible. So now if I were to begin to explain what happiness is, whether I said till now, whatever I said till now would feel like a lie to you. Because how could someone who's still searching for happiness define happiness? Well, it is not until recently that I figured that happiness is a rather subjective term. It means different things to different people. Look at this webinar, for example. We have had so many distinguished speakers talking about happiness from their own perspective. And even if their perspective does not match with yours, and you choose to deny their opinion of happiness, you can certainly not deny their experience and intuition. To define happiness would be to assert that it is an objective term, which I used to think it was, but after this research project, I think otherwise. However, we will still go on to pick up some definitions from around the world to materialize and rigidify my presentation a little. Happiness is the emotional state of a person, including positive and pleasant emotions ranging from contentment to intense joy. When we talk about pleasant emotions, we generally refer to emotions like love, satisfaction, trust, contentment, and gratitude, to name a few. But do we always feel these emotions? Like my fellow presenter Radha said, good health surely means a happy life, but does it mean that magically all our sorrows will just somehow disappear if you're healthy? According to me, it's not that people who are happy always feel these pleasant emotions. They have their own share of problems. Of course, they are humans. So they must experience sorrow like an unhappy person. But I just think that they manage to bounce back from their sorrow more easily and quickly than the said unhappy person. The qualities of being resilient and accepting come handy here. No matter how badly you stretch a rubber band, for example, the one with good elasticity will not break. It will come back to its original shape. However, a rubber band with poor elasticity will easily break off when we stretch it. This analogy is to compare life with elasticity, where we are the rubber bands, a good one being a happy person and a bad one being a sad person. Not that I wish to equate a sad person with the quality of being bad, neither I mean to denote the quality of being good with a happy person. Well, like they say, ignorance is bliss. So ignorant people may seem happy, but they are no good for our and their own well-being, at least not according to me. I shared this analogy with a friend of mine, and she was kind enough to point out that not only does the rubber band recoil itself after a stretch, it also expands itself, like our experiences and mine expand with every push and pull. Life is not just about being happy, but also about coming out of unpleasant situations and getting ready for the next one with a braver front. What I wish to express is that resilience is a prerequisite for being happy. If somebody were to pull us down underwater, we will always try to find our way back to the surface, however difficult it might be for us. We cannot choose to simply drown there. To drown after trying is another sad story, but not to try at all is simply the saddest story. And not just resilience, acceptance too is mandatory. To accept that to be human is to face all the challenges and beauty of this form is something that may help us make peace with ourselves and ultimately make us happy. It is not that I assert that being resilient and accepting is all that we require to be happy. They are just two of the important prerequisites, according to me. And we know it takes a lot of effort and meticulous training to reach that level of resilience and acceptance. Even though acceptance of self should have been the easiest thing to do, whoever made us really complicated. Moving on, according to the Oxford Dictionary, happiness is a state of being happy, satisfied, and cheerful. It only makes sense following from this definition that happiness in daily terms is being satisfied with one's life, the job one is doing, to always feel positive, always to be in a good mood, to feel enthusiastic, etc. Like already said, it does not come easy. So we need to find, understand, and accept ourselves before we go on to rescue happiness. Ashura, if you may, please, next slide. Thank you. Coming to the importance of happiness, we are very well versed with the connotations of being happy. For example, whenever we ask someone how they are doing, we always expect a positive response. We expect them to say, I'm good or I'm great, even if they are not actually doing good or great. Well, my generation has found this amazing tactic of replying with I am fine, which I dare say is a very ambiguous term. We never mean we are fine when we say we are fine. But why is happiness, not just ours, but others too, so important for us? By being happy, we can achieve our goals and ambitions rather easily. Of course, when we do not have a dark cloud hovering over us, we would want to go on a picnic without worrying if it would rain, right? So when we are happy, we have more time and energy to focus upon our goals and to plan out how to achieve them. And then we have the potential to change other lives by being happy ourselves. Well, in my experience, whenever I see a happy, easygoing person, it makes me feel comfortable and easier to just be there. Like, I like how all of our amazing speakers have shared their research from their experiences for us to be happy. Being happy really makes you a giver. Aishwarya, please, next slide. Now, the link between health and happiness is something that is somehow a given because we experience its nature and force on our daily lives. If you can see the statistics on the screen, you might see how it shows that if you are young, this is your chance to actually build your health so that you can have a happy life afterwards. If one is healthy, it becomes easier for them to focus on the pleasant emotions, which I mentioned earlier. And if they pay attention to giving and receiving these pleasant emotions, they have a greater chance to be happy. It goes the other way around too. If one is happy, they can focus on their health, like my fellow presenter said. This includes factors like sleeping pattern, following a proper diet, resting adequately, and so on. My fellow presenter already talked about the importance of health, so I'll not go any further on this. Aishwarya, please, next slide. Happiness and satisfaction are interconnected, as we may have experienced. Now, in one of my lectures of philosophy, we were talking about Kant and his fallacy of using the terms happiness and pleasure interchangeably. Pleasure is a rather temporary state of being, and happiness is a permanent state of mind. We may find ways to feel pleasure all day and do things we like, but we might not feel satisfied at the end of the day. We all want to be happy, but we don't know the way to achieve it. Well, only if there was one such concrete way. But the urge to feel good and happy is universal. Material pleasures, no matter how attractive they may seem, cannot satisfy this longing since they are not sufficient for infinite bliss. Well, it is safe to say that a successful and happy life requires us to make sure that we follow certain points, like to become the best that we can be, to do the best we can in the work we undertake, and to experience happiness and satisfaction in our lives. Aishwarya, next slide. Thank you. Well, to experience happiness and satisfaction in life looks too pretty in theory, but do we actually know the key to being happy in real life? Like I mentioned earlier, happiness comes differently to different individuals. And if you attended the morning session, you might have heard Swami Atmashradananji talking about finding one's own happiness. We definitely have immense power deeply embedded in our minds, which is waiting to be channelized and used. We need to believe that this power exists, find that power, and make it a habit to use that power whenever we can, possibly daily. We must wake up with the intention of trying, at least, and choosing happiness over everything else, according to whatever happiness means to us. If one finds it difficult to do so, they can always seek help. Science has progressed so much today, and for what? For us. But one way to do so is by practicing yoga. I have no idea how much our generation believes in the power of yoga, but it is really more than the asanas. It not only makes us physically well, but it also helps us to have a better control over our minds, which ultimately is a step towards happiness. More on yoga would be talked about by my fellow presenter, Parul. For now, I would like to conclude my presentation by saying that happiness is not something that could be found outside us, but it could be found only within. Like Dr. T.B. Sasikumar correctly pointed out yesterday, it is really difficult to know what health, happiness, and yoga are in just 2 days, let alone explaining it in half an hour or 15 minutes per se. But I still wish to reiterate Professor Ramnath Jha's suggestion of not limiting ourselves. We are infinite, and that is how we must strive to live. That's it. Parul, you may take over now. Thank you so much for letting me express my thoughts today.
Hello. Thank you, Ishika. Am I audible?
Yes, Parul, you're audible.
Thank you. Now moving on to the next slide, and thank you, Ishika, and this amazing whole entire webinar and presenters and students for actually giving us this opportunity, and for each and every speaker. I am like overwhelmed that everyone is actually talking about health, happiness, and well-being. So whenever we have a question or whenever we have a thing of well-being, the well-being is similarly associated to health and happiness. But there's a slight difference of a sense of purpose. When we call well-being, according to the simplest definition, is a being which is satisfied, happy, and having inner peace with his or her things. But that inner peace, I would like to have this underlined, because like inner peace is the one thing we don't actually break in and we don't actually give importance to. We are moving, working, and we are like doing our course every day, but we don't give that inner peace that much importance. So this emotional and mental well-being, when we separate well-being into two aspects, there comes the emotional and mental well-being. The inner peace is properly divided, and when we have this aspect of emotional and mental well-being, we have a thing that is associated to health and happiness, but with a level of satisfaction, where an individual is comfortable, healthy, or happy, but it has the broader concepts of life like satisfaction, a proper sense of purpose, and how in control they feel. Like in control, this means then when we are acting upon things, when we are expressing our emotions, how responsible we feel for that emotion, or how adequate we feel that that emotion was perfect to the situation. So moving on to the next slide. Yeah. So what can we achieve through yoga? The term yoga, I would like to give a brief definition that all of you, I guess, know, but still, the word yoga is derived from the Sanskrit word yuj. Yuj means to join, to yoke or to unite. Yoga, in a sense that has a sense of unity in it, must be very positive in our whole holistic development. So the aim of yoga is self-realization. When it comes to self-realization and connecting well-being, then it has too many aspects to take over our body, mind, and our mental health, or whatever aspects we are suffering from, or we are seeking an aspiration to seek the state of liberation. Whenever we have any confusion between two aspects and we have to choose one, there we cannot unite. But whenever we have to find inner peace, we can have one thing that can unite ourselves, and that is yoga, for sure. So for 2 or 3 things, I would like to, they are the broader benefits of yoga. That is, it strengthens our body, mind, and nerves, leading to us a spiritual life and developing the power of endurance and resistance. Leading these whole things lead to us a well-regulated life. Whenever we come about yoga, it's not about asana, and it's not about basically just on mat we go and we practice some asanas. That's yoga. Yoga has many terms. So moving on to the next slide. So yoga has been divided in broader sense from me.
and for a better explanation into two aspects, physical health and mental health. So in physical health, basically that will be the exercises, yogic exercises to be performed on mat because of our outer body and outer strength. But make sure like whenever we perform a yoga, it has the effect on our inner body also. Yoga and meditation helps in improving immunity, improving the health of the respiratory system, and to overcome every disorder we're facing, whether in terms of respiratory or in terms of body sense. Whenever we practice those yogic exercises or asanas, we have a sense of contentment. Either you practice a normal shavasana, we feel a sense of contentment that yeah, we performed a asana and yes, it is helping, but with a very slow time. It's not that like whenever we go to this gym or any physical equipment exercise like the modern equipments we use, that gives us a sense of contentment at that same time, because we sweat a lot, we think that our energy has been channelized, but it also gives results with a matter of time. So yoga does not take energy from our body, it just generates and recycles it. So with this sense of contentment, there is a clarity of mind, relaxation, and feeling of inner freedom and peace. Moving on to the next slide. Explaining yoga for physical health in broader terms and in narrowing the terms of exactly what yogic exercises or I'm going to talk about is basically divided into two, asanas and pranayams. Asanas are the basic yogic exercise that improves flexibility, strength, and balance, that has the whole body being actually utilized in these exercises, where there's the importance given also to breathing and concentrating. Whenever we practice or whenever we do a yogic exercise, it has actually been effective in alleviating the stress and anxiety. Whenever we are performing the yogic poses or like whenever we are stretching our body to an extent with the breathing control, that has taken a lot more has been more effective than any other regular workout exercise. So whenever we it's a mind-body activity whereby yoga and asanas and pranayams are combined into a term called mind-body activity, because when we practice or when we stretch, we are having a breath control, and whenever we breathe, we actually fulfill our mind with a sense of contentment that yeah, something is stretching and yeah, blood should be pumped to that level. Now talking about pranayam is called the heart of yoga because we every day breathe. Everyone is living, so everyone is breathing. But a sense of breathing with a control, breath control, is actually pranayam. When we have like pranayam actually includes 3 stages, inhalation, exhalation, and retention. That retention is one thing that if we major at it, then we can have so many respiratory or bodily disorders far away from us. So more about pranayam in detail, it helps us increasing our life and increasing the blood circulation with a healthy heart and improve mental health. When we do any pranayam, example Anulom Vilom, the inhalation, and then we have to retain it for 2 seconds or 3 seconds, whatever time it is. That is the power of the yogic breathing. That control, that sense of control is very important, and that develops the patience in the body itself. So yeah, pranayam has very much has been capable of covering all our bodily disorders if it has been performed durably and with a good instructor in front of you. Yeah, next slide. Moving on, I have explained the former part was yoga for physical health, and now explaining the yoga for mental health. And mental health has been in many issues nowadays. Otherwise, it was a little bit less talked about. So now talking about yoga for mental health, it covers most of the part of meditation only, but physical health also has a factor that helps in mental health as well. So yoga is also especially helpful because of its gentle, calming and fluid nature. Whenever we practice a yoga, practice a breathing exercise, we have a very calmness and very sense of relief in our body, in our nerves, in our blood flow. There's a sense of relief. That is, they'll actually encourage us to focus on the positive images to calm the body and mind. Whenever we talk about yoga, the sense of positivity is always everywhere in every yogic exercise or pranayama exercise. So in the yogas for mental health, it reduces the impact of stress, which obviously in this century and in this generation, I have seen the stress and impact of stress to many levels from generation to generation. It's actually coming from either the technological devices or coming from family, friends, peer pressure, anything. But whenever one thing that is in our control is reducing the impact of stress, that can be pursued through yoga, that yoga exercise for mental health. Also, yoga for mental health also helps in anxiety and depression. Some people talk about it, some people still consider it a taboo. But when we actually figure out that we are suffering from anxiety and depression or not, also, if we consider that there are symptoms of something called depressing us or making our esteem low, then we can actually go for yoga. It's a very self-soothing technique, similar to meditation, relaxation, and exercise. Moving on to next slide. COVID-19, the one thing that is responsible for helping like this webinar, everyone staying home, a big crisis, a big pandemic we have all faced and we are still facing on, with waves and coming on and on, still no solutions that are helpful in going us offline. But one thing that can help us for sure is yoga. Why yoga? Because obviously that the modern generation that was hooked up to gyms and modern equipments, they have shifted themselves to the mat exercises, because they have helped themselves. Their sense of anxiety, the isolation phases were very difficult to cope up, because whenever we talk about me or you staying alone, just with your gadget, just with a phone call, no human contact, we actually understand what importance was there of the human contact or human interactions. So yoga, some yogas that were very helpful, according to a survey we conducted through Google Form in the project, people registered these asanas, very helpful to them while the COVID-19 was on their nerves. Shavasana and Suchakshanasana. Shavasana is just lying down, but with a breath control. That has reduced the stress, which increases the efficiency of immune system. And immune system was one thing that was actually given importance in this pandemic time, with the Kadha, with emphasis on Kadha, with emphasis on drinking and having healthy food, not having junk food. So these yogic powers were also given too much importance. That makes me feel very lucky and very happy that I was part of this project in this pandemic time also. Breathing techniques like pranayama, because in COVID-19, it's as it is a SARS virus only. So it was respiratory symptoms were more seen in people, and the bodily symptoms were more associated with respiratory disorders. So where people with respiratory problems also, they were trying to cope up the problem with pranayama exercises, that was helping them a lot. Like the medicines, the modern allopathy, they were not helping. They were actually the fluids and everything that was getting heavy on them. But the basic exercise of breathe in, breathe out, and that retention was helping to a next level. Then coming on to Trikonasana and many other asanas, that was helping the blood circulation and improving their blood flow. That was helping them give a positive break and giving a very calmness to their body. Apart from these all issues, it was also covering that addressing mental health issues such as stress, anxiety, and depression. That was obviously due to the isolation phases we were going through because of the less human interaction or no human interaction at all, brought due by the coronavirus pandemic. So yeah, COVID was the very tough phase, but yeah, yoga was there to help us all. Moving on to the next slide. So this is a quote like, happiness is inside you. Yoga is just leading you to. After explaining yoga, there's a connection between health, happiness, well-being, and yoga. Yoga is just leading us to it because it's inside us. Because happiness is biologically, it's just a serotonin levels going up, but yoga is just leading us to it. So it's inside us. Moving on to the next slide. Happiness is inside you, yoga is just leading you to. So practicing yoga on a consistent basis will not only give you that happy feeling, as it increases the serotonin levels on your brain, gets your blood flowing, give you an overall feeling of accomplishment, confidence, and better outlook of life. Whenever I have actually practiced yoga and whenever I do each and every asana or either the breathing exercise, I actually have smiled after, like whenever I did finish that yoga with a proper retention and with a proper breath control. So yeah, it has actually helped and improved mind-body coordination by increasing physical tone and improving the mind and breath control also. Apart from yogic exercises and meditation, each and every individual that has actually taken in consideration why yoga is important, they have actually led more people to talk about it. Wherever yoga was a little bit considered like a traditional form of physical fitness, it has come into a trend, I must say, that people are forming a very good outlook on practicing yoga, because whenever we have a dedication towards practicing each and every asana, we take a positive outlook to our life and determination towards ourselves. Moving on to the next slide. Finally, this whole project, I conclude that whenever we believe that when a person is happy in his or her mental state or it's a physical state, he or she might be quite calm. And that is the state of well-being I aspire for or I look for whenever I see a happy person. So that quite calm and that calmness I seek is actually the well-being. And somewhere we all connect this state of calmness and state of happiness to yoga. It turns out the body was healthy because it was happy. Because whenever we are feeling healthy, whenever we are not feeling tired, obviously when we are tired, the face actually looks like dull, and whenever we are happy, the face actually glows. So a healthy person is always happy and also contributes to the well-being of self and others around him. So we all believe, especially the project members, that systematic and regular practice of yoga asanas helps individuals to become health conscious and give that individual an idea of educating others regarding health, wellness, and maintaining a good health. Thank you all.
Thank you so much, Parul, for concluding our presentation. Without further ado, I'd like to request Professor Jayanti P. Sahu to introduce our chief guest for the webinar, Professor Sachidanand Mishra.
Very good evening to all of you. And first of all, I would like to say my sincere. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, first of all, my sincere gratitude to Professor Sachidanand Mishra, Chief Guest, for the valedictory session, for accepting our invitation and providing us financial assistance to organizing a 2-day international webinar. Thank you, sir. Professor Sachidanand Mishra is the Member Secretary of Indian Council of Philosophical Research. He is a well-known academician in the areas of Indian logic and epistemology, conceptual development of Navya Nyaya, Advaita Vedanta, Suddhadvaita Vedanta, Kashmir Cyber Schools, and Indian aesthetics. Besides being an erudite scholar in classical philosophy and literature in Sanskrit, he is a professor of philosophy and religion at the Banaras Hindu University, Varanasi. He has authored and edited around 11 noted books, basically in the field of Nyaya, Vedanta, and other areas of philosophy and Sanskrit literature. He has also edited the eminent research journal Anavikshi volume 7 to 11. He has contributed chapters in various books and published more than 50 research papers in various journals. He has been invited as a resource person in academic events like seminars, conferences, and workshops and special lecture programs, and his contribution to them is well applauded. He has also been recipient of Mercy Badrayan Vyas Saman Award, Presidential Award for the year 2009, and many more academic credentials are there. I welcome you, sir, to this program. Thank you so much for accepting our invitation. Over to sir.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Am I audible?
Yes,
Shall
sir.
I have to speak now? Hello.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Namo Namaha. Sada Shiva Samarambham Shankaracharya Madhyamam Asmadacharya Paryantam Vande Guru Paramparam. This is indeed a great pleasure to be here in this seminar organized by Janaki Devi Memorial College, University of Delhi, on the topic Health, Happiness and Well-being, a journey through yoga. This topic is very much relevant here because in Indian philosophical tradition and Indian tradition itself, the whole purpose is given this swasthya and also swatantriya. These are two very basic ideas. And you can see in both these terms, forward is coming. Swastha, swatantra. We have to be, one has to be swastha and one aim to be swatantra. Because there are four purusharthas: dharma, artha, kama and moksha. However, all the philosophies don't accept as moksha kind of purushartha, because there are some philosophies like Buddhist philosophy and Jaina philosophies. They accept nirvana as a kind of purushartha. But the Hindu philosophy and Nyaya philosophy, Vedanta philosophy, all these philosophies accept these four purusharthas: dharma, artha, kama and moksha. Moksha is parama purushartha, charama purushartha. The whole purpose of life is to get this freedom. Freedom from suffering. Because freedom is not freedom from simple things here, but freedom is freedom from suffering. And freedom from suffering is the ultimate goal of life. And then there are three other purusharthas which are known to be belonging to this world. Ihalaukika, dharma, artha and kama. Somehow you can see that dharma is not belonging to this world. But this is not the case. Because dharma is also here in this life useful. And artha and kama are purusharthas which are completely this world. And there is another point to remember, that these purusharthas should not be contradicting one another. This is to say, dharma should not contradict artha or kam or moksha. And in the same way, other purusharthas should not contradict other purusharthas. Therefore, in Indian tradition, it is accepted that our purusharth is fulfilled if we follow a balanced life. Because if one is enjoying happiness only in this life, without any restriction, without any limitation, then surely the person is not following dharma. Because kam is followed, kam is permissible, but kam should be limited, should be governed, should be regulated. And in the same way, artha should be regulated. One should not earn money from any way, doing anything. Therefore, dharma, artha, kama, and moksha, all these purusharthas are to be achieved, but without contradicting one another. One could get moksha only if one is following dharma. And dharmanukula artha and dharmanukula. So here, the stress is given on a balanced way of life. If our life is balanced, then we will be swastha. Because this term, I think the Sanskrit term swastha is not translatable in any other language. What is the meaning of swastha? Swa means self, and the person who is present in self, that is swastha. So in order to be swastha, one has to concentrate on swa, concentrate on self. If one is concentrating upon others, if one is willing to and trying to find out happiness in the external world, the person will not be happy. The person will not be swastha. So the idea of swastha is something very special. And what you have taken here, health, happiness, and well-being, all three are included in one term, that is swastha. If one is swastha, the person will be healthy, the person will be happy, and the person is well. So in order, therefore, what is the nature of moksha? Moksha is also swaswarupavasthanam moksha. Moksha is nothing but only presence in the nature of self. So here, what is difference between being swastha and being swatantra? Being swatantra means getting liberated, mukta. And being swastha means being in itself. How? Actually, when we are limited by our body, our senses. In that case, we talk about being swastha. So this term swastha is a term belonging to Ayurveda. In Charaka Samhita, in Sushruta Samhita, you may find this term, swastha. So when one is swastha, there is also very important concept is developed. However, that concept is not so much accepted nowadays. People think that that idea is not very good idea, because now there are other ways of medications, and those other ways of medication are very much helpful, very useful, very successful, and they are also perceptible, observable. And the idea of being swasth, as explained in Charaka Samhita, it is said that in our body there are 3 kinds of doshas. Those 3 types of doshas are Vata, Pitta and Kapha. In case these 3 doshas are balanced, then the person is swastha. And when these 3 doshas are not balanced, the person is aswastha. But the problem is this one: these 3 doshas cannot be examined, cannot be observed. Rather, these could be experienced by the same person who is suffering. So the Ayurveda is actually the product of experience, the first-hand experience. The rishis who propounded Ayurveda, they experienced in their life that what is happening when he is suffering, what is happening to body. And in that way they observed and they proposed some remedies. Therefore, you will find in Ayurveda that yoga is also mentioned there. And here there are other ways, because in yoga, when we talk about yoga, yoga is not a meditative, it is a medicative way, but it is actually a philosophy, a way of life, how to get liberated, what to perform in order to get liberated. This is the purpose of yoga. And it is also accepted that when we are performing our actions in such a way which is very balanced, so our mind, our body should be balanced. And how we could get it balanced? There are some factors: what we eat, how we behave, how we act, when we sleep. All those are taken into consideration. In Gita, there is a very important sloka. It says, Yukta hara viharasya, Yukta cheshtasya karmasu, Yukta swapnavabodhasya yogo bhavati dukkha. So, we don't have to go many places. This is not needed to do so many things, to search for so many things. But only this will be sufficient. Yukta hara viharasya. One should eat properly. Properly means a balanced diet. Diet should also be balanced. It should not be that one is eating too much, one is eating without any limitation. So that balanced diet. Then vihara. Vihara should also be balanced. How we behave, what we do, how we enjoy our life, that should also be balanced. Yuktahara viharasya yukta cheshtasya karmasu. When we are acting in different actions, we are performing actions, that should also be balanced. Yukta swapna babodhasya. So, one should sleep in a regular way, in a balanced way. And also, avabodha. One should get up in time, in a balanced way. And if these conditions are fulfilled, then only yogo bhavati dukkha. Yoga becomes that which takes away unhappiness, suffering. So the whole purpose of, you can see, the whole purpose of philosophy is to get rid of suffering. The whole purpose of medication is also to make the person free from suffering, to reduce the suffering, because it will be impossible to make anyone free from all the kinds of sufferings being in this life. So reduce the suffering. And also this yoga is also behaves in the same way. The purpose of yoga is also to make the person who is performing yoga free from suffering. So here, if all these are taken together, our body is well behaved, and here also yoga and also this Ayurveda doesn't believe in any kind of this dichotomy. What is known as mental problems and what are known as physical problems. If there are physical problems, there must be some mental problems also. And if there are mental problems, there will be physical problems. So we can experience very simply that when we are in tense situation, when we are facing anxiety, sometimes our stomach gets upset. So this dichotomy, this division is not fully functional. Therefore, these things, if are taken together and corrected, practiced in a perfect way, in a systematized way, in a balanced way, then one could be swastha, and also one could be free from all these sufferings for forever. This is to say, one could get liberated. So this yoga is useful in being swastha, because some problems originate from our mind, some also originate in our body. We can see sometimes people get engaged and people suffer due to their eating too much, sleeping too much, and worrying too much. So if we all take all these things together, put all these things together in a proper way, in a balanced way, everything will be very systematic, and one will be happy. One will be, many times I give some very peculiar examples. One example, suppose a person is earning only a little, but he works well, earns the same day, eats the same day, and gets very much tired. And when the person sleeps, he has a very good sleep. And there is another person who earns too much, having a big house, having so much money, but is unable to sleep without taking medicine. Who is happier? Whom will you consider happier? A happy person. Whom do you think? Who is satisfied? So in that situation, you can understand very simply that the person who is earning only a little, not too much, but is able to sleep without taking medication, the person is healthier, the person is happier. We have to accept. And this is also very important thing. The people get ill with not getting food, but there are so many people who are getting ill eating too much. So here there is a problem, and the problem is that we are not following a balanced way of life. And in order to be healthy, in order to be happy, I think this is very much necessary. And yoga is showing a path for that. Because it starts from a first level, where what is known as ahimsa, satya, asteya, brahmacharya, aparigraha. From this it starts. And if you are well versed, you studied yoga. Yoga doesn't begin with asanas. Rather, it begins with ahimsa, non-violence. Why? Because any kind of violence makes the person who is committing the violence disturbed. And if a person is disturbed, the person can neither be happy nor be healthy. So these two are actually two sides of the same coin. Therefore, yoga begins with non-violence, ahimsa, satya, asteya, brahmacharya, aparigraha. So in that way, it starts. And two stages, many times we ignore. And those two stages are actually very much important to understand the applicability of yoga and the use of yoga and how yoga could make us happy, healthy. This is to say, how yoga could make us swastha and also swatantra. This eightfold path should be followed. Ashtanga yoga should be practiced. And it begins with ahimsa, non-violence. Ahimsa, satya, asteya, brahmacharya. And you can see, performing yogasanas is very easy. You can learn very simply, seeing the DVDs, seeing the videos, and or learning it from any teacher. But the practice of ahimsa, satya, asteya, brahmacharya, and aparigraha, shaucha, santosa, tapah, swadhyaya, ishvara pranidhan is much more difficult. And those are coming at primary level. Therefore, In order to be healthy and happy and taking the help of yoga, these two steps must be recognized, must be remembered. Otherwise, this yoga is not going to help us in the way it has. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to share my thought. And this is much time today has passed, and you all will be very much busy, and I was also busy in some other works. So I think I stop here. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. Namaste.
Thank you so much, sir, for your highly informative lecture. We are really thankful to you. Over to you, Asika.
Thank you so much, sir. It was a heartful thanks to you, Mishra sir. It was an enriching lecture, and it couldn't have gotten any better. Proceeding with the session, we have a panel discussion with Professor R.C. Sinha, Dr. T.P. Sasikumar, Professor Balaganpati. Professor Balaganpati could not join us today. Professor Balram Singh, Professor Ramnath Jha, Professor Rajneesh Mishra, and Professor Sapna. We'll be addressing the questions that the participants have asked during the entire webinar in this panel discussion. May I start with the questions?
Yes, yes.
Yes, I'm not sure who all have joined. This is Balram Singh.
Yes, it would be great if the distinguished speakers could confirm their presence.
I'm Dr. TPS here. Namaskaram.
Balram
Singh Sab.
Namaskar, namaskar.
Namaste, namaste.
Namaskar, sir.
Namaste, Jayanti.
Namaskar, sir.
Namaste, Jayanti ji.
Namaskar, sir. Hello, namaskar, sir.
Namaste, Sachidananda Mishra ji. It was nice listening to you.
Balram Singh ji ko namaskar.
Namaskar, namaskar.
Ramnath Jha ji ko namaskar.
सभी को नमस्कार, sir.
Thank you so much, speakers. The first question of today is, how do we understand the complexity of dharma with reference to Mahabharata as well as in general? Since values keep on changing or getting reversed depending upon circumstances, doesn't it get a little difficult to choose one right or wrong?
So you want somebody to answer? Okay, go ahead, please.
Go ahead, sir. Go ahead, sir. Balram ji, go ahead, please.
Oh, I was just because nobody was saying I know this probably was referring to what Susim was talking perhaps. But I mean, in Mahabharata context, I always hear about this dharma. One of them is ahimsa paramo dharma. It's highly misunderstood in my opinion. It may not exactly address the question the person is asking, because that's very, a pointed question, how to decide which is right, what is wrong, which is a process. But to understand the dharma, and because we are talking about yoga also, ahimsa paramo dharma, we have to realize the context. Mahabharata is in the context. It is said by Vyasa, but it has used the character of Yudhishthir to say this. Now, Yudhishthir's character is somebody who tells the truth and acts on it. And when he says ahimsa paramo dharma, and it means non-violence is the greatest virtue in English, then you have to see what was he doing. He was a warrior. He was fighting. He was killing. So it cannot be this non-violence that most people use this as if like somehow we need to be away from all this. So I have come to a conclusion that non-violence is not the right translation of ahimsa. It's non-violation. So dharma is something that cannot be violated. That's ahimsa paramo dharma, means the greatest virtue or dharma is something that can never be violated. Now, if one could find that comes more like Sanatan, and it has to be in an individual circumstance in which you have to come up with that your own situation to see what is cannot be violated. Something that cannot be violated is what is dharma. And when the other thing related to this dharma rakshati rakshita, many people, I see the translation is you protect dharma, dharma protects you. Well, no, sorry, you don't protect dharma. Dharma is strong enough. When it says dharma rakshati rakshita, means something that is supposed to be protected will be protected. It's our job to find out. So in both these circumstances, responsibilities on us as to how to find what is our dharma, our situation at that position. And I think something like detached view of situation helps decide that, and detached situation comes from yoga.
I totally agree with Balramji. In today's contest, if you wanted to, the question was, in today's contest, what right, how do we decide? Kshatra dharma, Kshatriya dharma is what is used in Mahabharata war. Each one of us have got Swadharma, Kudumba dharma, maybe Jadi, Kula, Samuha, it goes up to the world dharma. So where, when, what, why, who, in front of whom, how does it distinguishes dharma in different forms? So dharma is like too fluid. What you do at your home is dharma there, but what you do in the street is not dharma. What you do in the boundary of two different nations is entirely different from what you do inside your. So where, in front of whom, why, WWWHW, that is what defines dharma. Good question.
Thank you so much.
Yes, Isika. Further push. Yes.
The second question is, who is a good leader? And we have a follow-up question. What to do in a situation which disturbs you?
Actually, it seems the question very problematic. The one answer could be do meditation. If something is there which is disturbing you and you are unable to do anything to get rid of that problem, do meditation. Or if you can change the situation, try to change that. Suppose, for example, if in front of you someone is killing another person and you can stop that person, in that way the dharma will be to stop that person, to save that person. And there is also very important concept to know, because sometimes it is taken ahimsa paramo dharma. In Nyaya situation, Nyaya framework, Nyaya philosophy talks about trana. Trana means to protect. Ahimsa is actually to protect someone who is suffering from another person. So this protection is actually also a kind of dharma. So if you are in a situation where something is making you disturbed, so try to change that situation. And if something which is mental, which is affecting you mentally, and you cannot change that, to do meditation, something to calm down yourself.
You need a reaction, Rishika?
Sure, sir. And we also have the first part, who is a good leader.
See, there are some problems which are under our control. There are some problems which are not in our control. You want to solve problems faster, it may not be possible. Some problems will get solved by itself. You will have to have patience. Some problems where you cannot solve, you should ignore it. because thinking more and more about problem is the biggest problem. Keep saying, I have a illness. Illness is a body problem. But thinking about illness makes us to be diseased. Disease.
Sir, you are muted.
Yeah, everybody was muted, so I was also muted. I think because of the disturbance. When the illness, you take it inside your manas, you keep on thinking about it. There are a lot of people. I'm a psychotherapist, so most of the problems which comes to us is only a temporary problem. The physical problem would have been disappeared, but still you have this problem of thinking about the problem. So most of the time problems are momentary. Thinking about the problem is like a continuous process. And the first part of the question is a beautiful answer for the second part of the question. Who is a leader who knows how to think beyond the other people around you? You are not a common person. You can think for future. So when you, if you know this problem is momentary, then definitely you are a leader. The leaders don't have problems. Do you think the Prime Minister of India will have a back pain problem and then he will take rest? He may have physical problem, but he don't even have time to think about it. I keep saying the busiest people, the best method to solve most of your miseries are be 200% busy. I think a mother has a back pain. When the child is falling, mother forgets about the back pain. She will run and catch. If you keep on complaining, we are not talking about the acute problems or the problems which makes you not to move and such physical problems. I'm talking most of them, the misconception about your illness which gives you a lot of diseases. Only such diseases I am talking. And 90% of the problem, you know, most of the clinics and hospitals in India were full before COVID. Now, after COVID, hospitals are mostly free, no other diseases. One of the biggest lesson Professor COVID has taught us is there are no big problems and there are no necessity of hospitals at all. Because most of the hospitals, only one case is being dealt here today is COVID. So once COVID goes, you can close all those hospitals, right? If you take a statistics, you understand you have small problems because you don't have a big problem. I keep looking at newspaper and see a lot of small newses which has got a one-day life is being reported. And it probably has got the main focus in the main page. I keep saying it's a wonderful thing. That is because we don't have a big problem to be reported. Do you want a big problem, a plane crash, to cover the whole newspaper? Let us hope that there has to be small problems. Problems are every time there. So we should always pray for having problems. In my lecture also I said, we should not pray for not having problems. Problems are to be there. Development comes, progress comes only when you have problems. Anybody who is active will have a lot of problems. And a leader is one who is ready to face those problems. So that is the leadership. So your first question and second question are not different questions. It's so nicely, I don't know who asked that question. We should give a reward for that to ask such brilliant questions. Right? Good, Yashika.
I think I totally agree with.
That was my question.
Yeah, you are brilliant, we know. I was thinking who asked this brilliant question.
No, that was suddenly I was.
One of the things that just supplement what the Dr. TPS said is that if you really realize yourself, when I'm talking about yoga, everybody is a leader. If you just realize what you are, through yoga, if you can find out, because we are even physically, scientifically, genetically, every way, orally, we are different. And so you have to realize yourself and you have to lead once you understand what you are. It doesn't matter what circumstance. There was somebody who told me once that in a discussion that you have to lie if a butcher is running after a cow and asks you which side the cow went, and then you have to tell a lie because you want to save the cow. And I have this different idea. I said, well, I will stand up and say, why the hell you are going after the cow? Why wouldn't I say that? Why would I have to take a position of lying? So when you take a position because you understand that's what it is, then that's leadership. In English, there is a saying, if you want to be a king, act like one. So if you want to be leader, act like one. And the way you will act like one is if you know that you understand yourself. And whether you reach to the level of Ishvara, whether be Tapa Swadhyaya Ishwar Pranidhanani, or whatever, Aham Brahmasmi, however you get to, wherever you get to. Once you know who you are, you do what you are. And that will be only, everybody will be leader in that case. Somebody will be following because somebody needs help.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
It was really very well explained. Couldn't have asked for a better explanation. The third question is, can Atma Gunas be changed or transformed?
Will you please repeat the question?
Can Atma what can be changed?
Can Atma Gunas be changed or transformed?
Okay. Yeah.
See, shall I take it, Balram ji?
Yeah, please.
Yeah. Atma itself is Nirgunam. I think the question itself has got a cunning part inside that. So we have three parameters which governs us. One is Buddhi. Another one is Manas. Manas is the Mana. And Atma. Atma is like a judge. Judge should not show Swabhava. It doesn't have, it's like a Sakshi Bhava. Sakshi doesn't have Swabhava. Your Manas has got a Bhava. Buddhi has got a tuned Bhava, which is practical. So there is an emotional feeling which comes, I want, I want, I want, I want. The Swabhavam of Manas is, I want, I want, I want. It has no logic. I just want to enjoy it. That's it. And every animal has got this Swabhava. Humans also have Swabhava. What is extra that humans have? We have a logic because we are a social being. We are a human being. We have got a lot of Dharma Shastra being taught. We know what is right, what is wrong. We follow somebody's principles. Therefore, our Buddhi will say, oh, this is not correct. What is Atma's job? It is the same me, inside me, who is the Atma, who tells me after some time, what I have done is wrong. So the question is, am I following my Manas or the Buddhi? Sometime I follow Manas, sometime I follow Buddhi. That is the biggest conflict. So when this conflict is there, the judge, who is the Atma, will find fault with either the Buddhi or the Manas. That's why Bhagavad Gita says, Uddharet Atman Atmanam Atmanam Avasadhayet Atmaiva Hyatmano Bandhu Atmaiva Ripuratmana. Your ability to uplift your Manas and the Buddhi to the level of Atma, therefore you don't question yourself. So what is the Swabhavam? That clean Atmiya level. What is Atmiya level? Being in yoga, not the physical yoga, not the Ashtanga yoga. Being in yoga, be in union with the Bhagavan, God. So you become the Supreme Personality. So what is the Swabhavam of Atma? If at all you want to give a Swabhavam, that is the Supreme Personality, the Supreme Being, the Godhood. That is what the Atma's level, if it has to have. But by birth, all of us by birth had this ability. We are all that pure. We are all Brahma by birth. Hridaya Guhara Madhye Kevalam Brahma Matram. Inside our Hridaya, there is a Brahma, which is Nirguna, Parabrahma. And that is what we are. But with the Prarabdha Karma, with the atmosphere, with the environment, with the bad Sangam, not the Sat Sangam, we started polluting ourselves. So our basic Swabhavam became diluted. And what we are showing is not the Atma Swabhavam. What we are showing is the Buddhi and the Manas. That is where the problem is.
I think the question needs some more elaboration, because when you ask the question whether Atman is going to change the qualities, change of qualities, first you believe that there is Atman. And here there are philosophers who believe in Atman. They say that the Atman is not there, only all these are pratitya samutpanna, like Buddhist philosophers. And there are also Nayayikas who will give answer to this way that, yes, surely Atman is going to changing qualities, because jnana, ichha, dvesh, etc. all these qualities belong to Atman. And also there is another answer which now Professor provided, that this answer is provided by Advaita philosophers. So there, and also there is another answer could come from Sankhya side. So there are different answers to this question. And without accepting one kind of metaphysics, this question cannot be answered. That I wanted.
Let me take a small jab at it, which may be more practical, is that we have this karma. You know, the Buddhists have a little bit different idea about Atma, and they do not accept Atman necessarily, but they accept a state, some kind of a state that they don't want to call it Atma. And that state is created by karma. In Vedic view, Atma is considered is the one which carries that karma. It is at least affected by that. If it is what Dr. TPS is saying, you know, it cannot have its own, it says Sakshi, it cannot have Swabhav. But in that Sakshi Bhav, it carries the information that has been done by at the level of body. You know, we have the Panch Sarira. In Panch Sarira, you have the karma. Karma is carried through from one life to another life. And it is done through that body, and that body is connected at the chakras, and chakras are the one which carry this state of karma. So if the guna was being discussed in that sense, that karma is the one which really is going to change, if there is anything going to be changed. Not the Atma can be changed, but Atma's information that Atmic Sarir carries, that can be done by karma. And so if you believe in karma, then you can find a way to change the whatever the quality of that your life, next life, that can be altered by doing karma with full understanding.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am. Do you wish to say something, ma'am?
Yes, continue.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for addressing this question from your great individual perspectives, respected panelists. We request you to address one last question because we have already exceeded the time limit. The question is why we suffer from false ego. I'd repeat the question. The question is why we suffer from false ego.
So the question is again very difficult to answer in one way, because there could be different answer to this question. Supposing different metaphysics, there could be different questions. Because if this question is answered by a Buddhist philosopher, the Buddhist philosopher will say that these all suffering is actually pratitya samutpanna, because there are certain conditions. We are not only responsible for this, but there are certain conditions in which it is arising. And if you ask a Nayayika or a Sankhya philosopher or an Advaitic philosopher, there will be different answer to this question, because Nayayikas would say, okay, this suffering, what you perceive as evil, is actually the product of his doing, what he has done in his life. Therefore, he is suffering due to those karmas. And also, this question could be answered in this way by Advaita philosophers. So, what you consider evil, like, for example, many times we consider that a child who is just born only a few days ago and he died. And in that case, he has done nothing in this life. And what he is enjoying, why he is suffering in this way, it is very ridiculous. And here, let us take a different perspective. If a child is dead, the child is suffering a little less, but the parents are suffering too much. So in the world, which is so much governed and so much interrelated, who has performed the action and the fruits of those actions, how the person is enjoying the fruits of those doings? It will be very difficult to think in this way. We could say simply that whatever evil is there in this life is actually a product of some karmas. So in that way, this could be answered.
I can say a few words about it. The false ego is, well, first of all, ego exists. According to Sankhya philosophy, when you have man, buddhi, chit, ahankar, ahankar has part of ego. It's a part of existence. Now, the thing is that, from whatever you can use, whatever theories we want to use. Let's say we use the theory of Par-Brahm, where there is no oscillation, no spandan, it's just all pure. But when it has played a role of existing in something else, let's say a jiva, where we are existing, we are ignorant. At that point, we are ignorant. And because of that ignorance, our existence is there, but ignorance is also there. And because of ignorance, we have false ego. Well, you have to have something like, there is again in English saying, if you want to find yourself, you have to get lost first. So if you want to get the truth, you need to start with the false one. Because most of the time in science experiments we always run controls, which are really very basically a false experiments. We think that maybe there is something false. We run all those experiments and then we find out, okay, none of those are true. Then what we are doing is true. And that's the concept of non-falsifiability in science. That is very important. So we have to take that trouble of being ignorant so that we can find out what is the knowledge, and then we follow the truth. So that's just part of the scheme of Bhagavat Leela, if you want to say so that way.
Sure. Who doesn't have ego? When I say that I belong to this part of the world, that is an ego for me. I am so and so is an ego for me. When do that ego becomes a false ego? Assume that by mistake I am being addressed as somebody else, or maybe my old designation is being called. My job is here to do a lecture. I am not worried about what designation I come from. Right? So somebody reacts to that, that's a false ego. When some questions are asked, why am I answering? Because I have a ahankaram. Ego is ahankar. Everybody should have ahankar. I know what I know. If I think that I don't know, I simplify myself to say that, oh, I don't know. Is that what is expected when questions are asked? I am supposed to answer when questions are there. So I have an ahankaram. I know this much. Therefore, I am answering. But assume that somebody else gives a better answer. Somebody else give a better interpretation. I agree to that. Then my ahankaram is not false. But if I don't agree that is called false ego. I only agree with what I am saying, but not with somebody else. That part of ego is called ahanda. I think I know much higher than many of the other people. If that comes, that becomes ahanda. This is clearly mentioned. Nobody should have ahanda, but everybody should have ahankara. When we say that I belongs to this institution, I have this degree, I studied this, I read this, all that is part of ahankara. Ahankaram is not at all bad. Ego is not bad in Bharatiya Shastra. But overreacting, taking it in the wrong way, keeping that what I had is much bigger than what I am going to have. My background should be ignored when I am going to create foreground. If that is there, it is not false ego. But if you're only clinging on to your background and you don't want to make a foreground in your life, that is called false ego. That means if you are ready to learn, you don't have false ego. If you are not ready to learn, that is the bad ego, false ego.
Thank you, sir.
Professor, can I have one last question, please?
Sir, you are muted.
No, I think it is not muted, it's open. I have written in the message box.
Yes, you can, sir, briefly, if you can. Sir, you can ask your question.
Okay. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, yes.
Okay. My question will be entirely different from what we have been discussing for the last 2 days about health, happiness, and harmony. Yes. But the true interpretation of yoga is totally converted to modern outlook on yoga. That is extension of life by bringing happiness, pleasure, and other idyadis. But is it not increasing the sufferings or furthering the sufferings to a great extent, wherein the Sankhya philosophy and Patanjali yoga philosophy emphasizes about the liberation aspect? How would you, tackle in such a, situation when you face that you are extending your happiness, you are extending your health, and you want to have harmony? It is only a modern outlook. But in the older outlook was entirely different. I request clarification for this.
Well, let me say, I don't think maybe the word that had been used for happy and well-being and other thing is the catchy word for people to come here. But I think the speakers that I heard, they were very clear, including the young speakers that they had, that they were talking about contentment. That's just basically what Patanjali wrote. Saucham, Santosa, Tapa, Swadhyaya, Iswar Pranadhanani. Everybody has emphasized. Now, it could mean well-being. A definition of happiness, actually, there is no happiness. It's Bhagavan Krishna in Bhagavad Gita says, Sukh dukhe samokritva labha labho jaya jayam. I think what you're talking about, that's very clear. You need to embrace whatever situation that you deal with, and when you overcome that, that's your accomplishment. Not that you need to be happy about it. Now, some people define that as a happiness, and that's fine. But actually, happiness is not the goal of yoga. I absolutely agree with you. So liberation is probably a kind of has a different meaning from the English point of view. But I think when you talk about moksha, when you become free from all even though you have trouble, but you are free from the trouble. And I think that's what you mean here in liberation. And that happens by practicing yogas in very sincere and maybe perhaps guided way. And once you reach that level where you are able to, I think I mentioned that in my presentation, the status of Yusvara that Patanjali writes, that when you become beyond karma phala and klesh, which is beyond rag, dvesh, and punya, and papa and punya, then you reach that level, and maybe that's what you're referring to as a liberation.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
I think the name is written as welcome, so I was not able to address the name. That was a very welcome. I don't know whether you heard my lecture. I told if Patanjali is alive today, seeing the yoga, World Yoga Day, and the caterpillar legs being published in the newspaper showing this harmony of standing in the line, he will commit suicide, I said. Actually, this is not what Patanjali expected out of yoga at all. you don't see Surya Namaskaram in Patanjali. The whole today's modern yoga, which was Iyengar who marketed in Western country when Satya Sai Baba of Tirupati was 16 years old. I have a beautiful picture where Satya Sai Baba, Bhuva Swami, Iyengar's Guru, and Maharaja sitting in 1920, early 1960, 1820 during that time. And to entertain the visitors in palace, they mixed gymnastics and then produced one practice, and that is what is today's yoga. I don't think Patanjali had any of these. Otherwise, we would have been seeing all the gods in Shirshasana. I don't think we see some, except in the childhood, Lord Krishna also is not sleeping on the leaf. Otherwise, we would be seeing Brahma without a lotus sleeping on the water, because that somebody think that is what is Yogasana. It's actually mockerizing and calling their name and saying, I am a Yogacharya. This is not what it is.
I do have, let me join some issue with you. If a mother, you gave an example of mother, if my mother finds out, a grown-up baby, my mother finds out today that I talk like Lala Baba, like baby talk, I'm sure she will commit a suicide. But she loved it when I was little. So I think Patanjali would love it when he sees that Lala Baba as a big talk to like, yoga. So I think he will be all right. I think he will give us some guidance.
Good.
All right.
Thank you very much for your excellent explanation, please.
Respected panelists, thank you so very much for putting in your views to answer all these questions so beautifully. I hope and believe your answers satisfy those who ask them. Our last request would be to share your experiences of being a part of this webinar.
I think Professor Sushil Dubai sir, Namaskaram, Nalanda. I heard your lecture. I think you should have some words also on the panel.
No, I was just listening to the questions and their beautiful answer. And what is to be added in the last, in fact, Srinivas Ayerji has asked about the Patanjali and that yoga and onward to your interpretation and statement about the yoga. Of course, this program has been envisaged. I just want to add one thing, like we have this Yoga Sutra, we have the Sankhya Karika, this Alpaksharam Sutram. So like we have the message MSG in our short form, and very quickly we are giving small words nowadays for communicating. So like that, the Sutra period was there when this yoga and our system of philosophies was so much in living tradition that people used to understand them, and that has continued for thousands of years, and it is still preserved in various commentaries. Just for example, of Yoga Sutra has a rich tradition of commentaries, and commentaries over commentaries, that we have the Bhashya, we have the Vartik, we have the other ways in yoga tradition. So this sutra doesn't mean that overall this is the Patanjali Yoga Sutra, but the living tradition. So when we go to the, sometimes we have the experience of Kumbh. We will see different postures, difficult postures, even those sannyasis are assuming besides on the bank of river or bank the passage. I have seen sometimes in 1982, if I recall, and later on to the period, however, I could not visit to the in the previous Kumbhs. So those were the living tradition, and why they are practicing and what is their benefit and how it is to be further taken forward. So from the esoteric to the general people, public, how it can be correlated. So overall our aim is health, happiness and well-being, and being in the society and going onward and forward and beyond to that, to the practice of samadhi. How it can be means this is how the path is shown in the Yoga Sutra, and popularizing it and getting the benefit by the Iyengarji or to the Swami Ramdevji. There could be the different ways and our own where we are standing and how much we have seen. Although in the last we have the Hatha Yoga Pradipika Samhita, where the practical aspects of the yoga have been nicely discussed. So that is the only one.
But Hatha Yoga Pradipika also says Adivyayama Madakaso Jara Shabdischa Jayade Hridayat etc. Hridayat Divarodascha. If you overdo it, that is what the question was. We are making people to overdo it, and somebody starts only at the age of 60, where somebody says you are being breathing with the two nose. One famous Swami says you have to close one and breathe the other one, and alternatively you learn it at the age of 80 and all the disease comes to you. Because you have the nose to filter the air with the proper temperature change, it should go inside. When you are forcing it and then pumping it inside, it's like a pressure pump putting inside. That causes a lot of diseases. Pranayamena yuktena sarvaroga samaraha, ayuktabhyasa yogena sarvaroga samudbhava. So I was looking at NCERT book. Sushimji, I wanted to your comment because you are part of implementing it in the schools and academics and all that. So if you look at it, NCERT books, it is so, I don't know who is going to teach this in the schools. If it is going to happen that we are making the whole education system much worse. I heard your lecture saying it is being implemented with the sports, and we have yoga as sports yoga, which is not supposed to be. You have to have a beautiful pathology understanding. You need to have biochemistry understanding. You need to have at least anatomy understanding. Without that, our sports itself is okay. For some people, they start doing from childhood, it is okay. They are becoming flexible. I also learned my yoga during childhood, but that's a different matter. Unless you have that practice, you start doing it in old age, we are going to have this problem. Hatha Yoga Pradipika is very careful about what to do, when to do also.
Thank you, sir, for your comment. In fact, this is in the Haryana state from class 1st to 10th. And by this academic session, it is going to be implemented. And I am the part of the team, and there is another team for the textbook and curriculum, for which I shall be the chairman for that committee. So I shall keep means everybody's concern, whatever I could do for framing it out, because it is our whole entire endeavor to our all new generations for their health, happiness, and well-being, with which we are here, and beyond to that also we will be with all our commitment.
So, Dr. Jayanti ji, it is overall, it's good, nice to have a discussion so that, every view is heard from all corners, and that is how it should learn. So, good that at least a lot of activities are happening and students are listening. It's almost 8:30, 46 participants are there. Good. And your study on the survey is also beautiful. Very good.
I will add, and I think it's something happening in the future, is that, and I mentioned a little bit in my presentation, that there should be more collaboration between philosophy and history and Sanskrit and science. Because Indian tradition has been, all these knowledge were together. They were not separated. And this idea of separation of different fields is a relatively modern, and today is not the day to talk about what the university education system that we have today. It is in Indian, but it can be made, it can be modified, and the people who created this system, they might commit suicide when they see it was be modified. but I think we should do that, because I think you need to integrate, because the yoga is like several people have mentioned, that's uniting things. So it's separating is not, separating only to understand so that we can work together is okay. So I think we need to make it very practical, very scientific. I don't mean the science has to fix it, but science needs to learn from it, and then need to be expanded so that it can be promoted. And it cannot be done only for Indians. It cannot be done only for Janaki Devi Memorial College people. It has to go out. when you start working for others, you become healthy. Like I think there was a mention that if a child is dropping, the mother's back pain goes away because the moment you start helping others, all the pain, there is no disease left for you because you're just doing it for others. And I think that is, we have in Paramarth, the idea of Paramarth, and Paramarth is only seva. And we need to think about those kind of things. And I think make young people to understand with bold knowledge, not agyanata, but not ignorance, but with the full knowledge, and then take the world with that courage and fortitude to go and help the rest of the world. And I think we will be doing just better at that point.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you for everyone. I think we can continue, but there are since 4 o'clock they are waiting, so we can have future programs, and I need your support, Susinji and Professor Balram Singh and Professor T.P. Sasikumar sir. He is always there. So I am thankful to Professor Sachidanand Mishra, and I'm thankful to ICPR, especially Professor R.C. Sinha and Professor Sachidanand Mishra, and ICPR and Professor Susim Dubey also. So without your support and all the distinguished speakers to be accepting my invitation, and we are really, philosophy department is really grateful. And for my department people, all the faculty members, they have sincerely worked hard for this webinar, and they always cooperate me. Whatsoever is they said we should do that. And that kind of cooperation you really need. And my principal, she always support whenever I do some kind of co-curricular activities. She is always there. She helps us and she supports us that you need to do something. And basically my motive is to change the mindset of the young generation. They have a very life is ahead of them. So we should have a kind of positive thinking, and through our Indian philosophical traditions, and through Karma Yoga, Jnana Yoga, and Bhakti Yoga. Yoga as a sadhan. So we should do that. We should work together, and I need your guidance, sir, always. All of you can guide us to do further activities. And over to Isika. You can conclude the session.
We are
Isika, are
grateful
you
of you,
there?
Professor.
Yeah, yes, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yes.
Thank you. With this, we come to the conclusion of the two-day international webinar on health, happiness, and well-being, a journey through yoga. I must say it has been an exemplary experience, and I'm falling short of words to express how I'm really feeling in the moment. A simple vote of thanks won't necessarily do justice to all that we have learned in the past 2 days, but on the behalf of the Department of Philosophy, I would like to express my sincerest thanks to the esteemed speakers for educating us so well on the theme. Our sincerest gratitude to ICPR, with support of whom we could conduct this webinar. It was great to understand a theme as relevant as this through multiple standpoints. Our ancient Indian texts hold great sanctity. However, in this webinar, we particularly learned to comprehend such a vast theme through those texts in the contemporary times. We have gained extremely valuable insights and are humbly grateful to the speakers for the teaching. I would also like to present a collective gratitude to Professor Swati Pal, our honorable principal, who never fails to encourage us in any of our endeavors. Thank you so much for your constant support, ma'am. Our heartfelt thanks to the teacher coordinators of the Department of Philosophy, and special mention to Dr. Jayanti P. Sahu for spearheading the webinar and guiding us with the rigorous preparations. I also extend my gratitude to the participants who joined us and stuck by us throughout, even with all the hindrances and technological glitches. Talking about that, I would also like to thank the technical team assistants, Dr. Kaushal Kishore and Mr. Surendra Kumar. And last but not the least, our student coordinators, Aditi, Divya, Shivani, Pragya, Sneha, Divyani, Geeta, Riddhi, Nehal, and Aishwarya. I hope you found the sessions useful and will be leaving with some deep, significant takeaways. A huge thanks to everyone once again. May we please have a picture before we leave?
Yes.
A virtual group maybe. May I request the participants to please switch their cameras on?
Well done, Ishika.
Thank you so much, sir.
Great job.
Jayanti ma'am, I cannot see you.
She went for combing hair.
No, sir,
she's
I'm
there.
here. I'm here. So thank you so much. I can't say because something is inexpressible, because thanks is not the right word. Thanks to the participants, thanks to the students coordinators, thanks to each faculty members of my department, Himansu ma'am, Bale, Sulagna, and Sudeep, and Upendra, Sudhya ma'am, and Sipu. Everybody has cooperated, and my principal, she is always cooperates me, and my sincere thanks to Professor Balram Singh sir, Professor T.P. Sasikumar sir, Professor Sachidanand Mishra sir, and Professor Susim Dubey. Always he helps me, and the participants, more than that, the participants all over India, across India, outside India. I'm so grateful. I can't, my gratitude and sincere gratitude and respect, regards to all of you. And if we together work, I'm sure that we can change the India very soon. And that is what I'm looking for to this program, to unite the people, reach out to the people, and a positive energy is required, not negative. Problems are always there, as T.P. Sasikumar sir said, but we have to move that and generate a kind of positive feeling. So that is what my submission. Thanks. I'm
And
so happy.
more problems are there, you become more stronger.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I know. I know.
And lot of critics has to be there. Like opposition is better, the ruling becomes better. Opposition is very lean, then the rulers do very much.
Sir, in philosophy, we accept criticism.
Yeah, it has
In
to be
Indian tradition also, Nyaya, logic, epistemology, always.
but enjoy.
Yes.
Don't worry.
Jayanti ji, I have one last submission that we should end up with the Sarve Bhavantu Sukhna, which is the international yoga
Sarve
protocol
Santu
point.
Niramaya.
Yes,
So
sir.
should
We can
start
end up.
together and end up. Yes.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
We can. You can, sir. To start with, we can join with you.
Sarve Bhavantu
Bhavantu
Sukhina.
Sukhina.
Sarve
Santu
Niramaya. Sarve Bhadrani Pashyantu. Ma Kaschid Dukkha Bhavet. Shanti.
Shanti.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Immense thanks to Professor Susim Dubey, who sent me this webinar details and other things. I am grateful to you, sir. Please.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.